What the fuck she just said? We don't know what the fuck she just said. I was like, black folks when he turned the camera. Then you come on. You know we don't understand what the fuck he just said. Go to the monkey. What, please? No. The monkeys are not around this area. That should be at the monkey park, you know. That should be at the monkey park, you know. That's at the monkey park. I'm too far from where the place is. You got the monkeys over there, all right. I'm too far from the place. I'm too far from the place, you know. I'm too far from that place, you know. Yeah, I know they got monkeys in Africa, but he too far. I know where he at. It's the market pool. We have in the monkey park at the crocodile pool also. The crocodile pool, the monkey park, you know. You ain't gonna Jamaica don't have no motherfucking monkeys and shit. You heard me? Don't fucking play with me. They got all kind of shit. Y'all got arms and stuff. Let me tell you. That's just.
Yo, what's good? Good morning. Mm-hmm. Might be too early for all my people.
I can't stand your ass. Listen, my boy Prince. Why can't she Prince? That's not fair to me. God, that's your piece too? No, I said I can't see him. I don't even know who the hell he is. Yo, that nigga over here is a brolic ass painter, man. He look like he do taekwondo in spare time and paint.
Well, you say you can't see my screen?
You know what I'm saying? Nigga got dreads, he do taekwondo. But that motherfucker, I don't know who the fuck Marky is.
What, somebody can't see my screen?
Yo, Sharice, leave me the fuck alone, Sharice. No, I can't see you, love.
Everybody else can see?
Prince? Chill, you can see Prince? I can see him. No, I ain't think my microphone. Tell her what he look like. Tell her where he look. I can see him. I ain't got another phone. Oh, you can see him now? You can see him now? Yeah, I got another phone. Hey.
Yep.
That nigga hit the L too.
What's wrong with your first phone where you couldn't see on it?
Baby, that's Instagram. I don't own Instagram. If I own Instagram, my damn show wouldn't be on here.
I know that's right. I got one other homie that I stream with. Like when me and him go live together, he can never see my screen, yo. For some reason, my shit don't ever pop up for his ass. I thought maybe it was like a.
First up here to simmer things down because y'all out of pocket tonight.
I ain't about to simmer shit down, man. The day about to get cracking now.
You just want somebody to pull your dreads and sit on your fucking face.
Yeah, pull my dreads and sit on my face.
First of all, let me tell you something, Mr. Sir that just came up here. Ciroc been on 20 for a minute when the Caucasian persuasion was up here, okay? Why black women always got to do it when the white girl was around? Well, that's what you were doing. Okay. You started this shit. You started this whole propaganda. Don't do that. I didn't start this shit. That other chick Prince, what up, my boy? What up, dog?
Good morning, bro. How you doing this morning, man?
My boy Prince painting some shit.
So
what
was up with the snow bunny?
That nigga like he Bob Ross.
Hey, what you was doing with the snow bunny, man?
Huh?
What you was doing with the snow bunny?
Nah, let's see the painting. Go back to that. What was wrong with Star Wars?
No, you gotta you gotta be nice and polite and welcoming to everybody, no matter what race they are. Huh? I ain't trying to throw you under the bus. I was just trying to know what the conversation. Hey. Why you But somebody look super light skinned too now. No. Hey, cause this shit about to get crazy. You jealous? You But I'm trying to figure out why you coming at my man so hard. Like, what's the whole issue? I'm trying to understand what the beef is. What's the issue? So, yo, what's the issue, baby girl? Hold up, what's the issue? What's the issue? What's the issue? Why you getting on my man so hard? Like what's going on? What's the whole? I'm still trying to figure it out. Like what was going on? Oh yeah. 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 Every woman wants to be handled. I don't give a fuck who they is. Every woman wants to be handled. So you can get handled too. Every woman wants to be handled. Yeah, but when you want to be, yeah, when you want to be handled, you look for a motherfucker like this. Who that? Travis Campbell. Yeah, I don't know who that is. Yo, when my people come in, they speak to me. I got you. They ain't. I think both of us together might be too much. Hold up. Yo, first of all, yo, light skinned shorty, what's your name? What's this one's name? Yo, Sherelle? So you no, you gotta tell me the story, what's going on. Shorty. Yo, tell me the whole situation, what the beef is, yo. Nah. Bro, I'm hearing some jealousy. Yo, I'm hearing jealousy. That's all I can hear right now. I'm just hearing jealousy. Yo, why you so jealous of the snow bunny? Why you jealous of the snow bunny? She said meticulous in particular. Yo, why you jealous of the snow bunny? Why you jealous of the snow bunny? I think this one right here. What's your name? What's your name, Sherelle? Hold up. Let me talk. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? No, the other one. Sherelle. Your name Sherelle, light skinned chick? Okay, what's your name, light skin? Trill? Okay, so Trill, you the one who brought up the issue with him saying something to the girl. So wait, hold up, I ain't finished yet. I ain't finished.
All fun and games, but however, I will tell you this: he didn't flirt with her, and me and Ciroc don't never flirt. It was just for fun, and I do this for entertainment purposes only. Don't get it confused. But it was just the fact that afterwards, you know what I'm saying, he said certain things, and I was like, well, if you didn't flirt with her, don't try to flirt now that she gone. What's on that?
Who's Xerox? What y'all niggas named Xerox?
Yo, that's one of my homies.
People coming through.
Xerox, one of my homies. Yo, I ain't trying to start no beef, and I ain't trying to get nobody upset. I mean, you brought up the situation, so I was just trying to figure out what was said. Like, why would you even have to like bring it back up? But it is what it is.
Slaughter. See, I like how Slaughter come back home. That's the thing with the bunnies. They come home. They ain't back home. We got some liquor for y'all. Y'all black women. We got some liquor for y'all. Don't keep saying y'all black.
He said we gotta come hunt you down. He said he gotta come hunt you down.
Yeah, cause like what?
I ain't say all that, girl.
Put your camera on when you talk to us. If you wanna, because you got this man thinking that we've been playing and shit and joking and drinking.
Hey, everything I already know with Ciroc. I already know with Ciroc shit is mostly light, yo. Nah. I know, yo, this stream is for fun and entertainment. Ciroc, is a cool ass dude. I know he not in here starting no real drama. I know he not gonna bring nobody on his stream that's gonna start real drama. I was trying to get with the jokes because you brought it back up, did he?
You don't need no damn help. You a
Huh?
grown ass man. Shut the fuck up.
Red bone and the chocolate thing. I'm calling the
Mm.
rock of the hard place. You know what I'm saying? If we had a house in here, it'd be different. You're yellow.
Yo.
And look at chocolate.
They call that a swirl.
Yo, British.
They call that a swirl.
Anthony and British.
Hey, Rafeesh.
Maybe I'll hold.
Hey, Rafeesh, how you doing?
I like strawberry milkshakes.
That's nice. You like strawberry milkshakes?
The strawberry and the chocolate.
That's all I can do is hear your voice. I'm no longer can see you. I don't know about
my boy Aki over here.
No, I'm texting right now. I am texting, so therefore I can't see him. I'm utilizing my second device. You heard me?
Okay.
Black women got game like that.
You saw the request. I bet you did.
Slender, you causing no problems already, Slender. You just make the guy.
Yeah.
Slender, you got me out with the Slender. 2 times. You had another chick come on here and cuss your ass out. Yeah. You really want to cuss me out. Low key. Y'all know that shit. She really want to cuss my ass out. Somebody want to cuss you.
Okay, so basically, the whole time that she was up here, he was just flirting with her and saying, who you for?
I'm dad. You go stop that.
Yeah, so that's the thing. He was like, you know who you for, this and that. And I was flirting with a little sexy mama right next to me. You heard me?
How you doing?
Okay. So if you're really going to tell the story, tell it correct. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, it's like this, like that. That's what it really is. So, Mr. That I can't see, that's what really was happening. He was just all like, oh, you know who you for. Oh, you know who you for. Da-da-da-da-da. Shut your ass up there. You got a fucking wife. Don't make me wake up my wife. You heard
Yep.
me?
Sherelle, where you at?
Black women here when they want to hear. I'm learning that shit, bro. It really is.
Rewind it. Rewind it. This shit is recorded. Rewind it. Rewind it.
Yo, Sherelle, where you at?
Rewind this shit.
Let's start with you just saying those chicken wings dropped off by a mysterious person.
Oh yeah, because then he got fucking chicken. I said, what you getting, chicken and dicken? Because what the fuck? Then who the fuck is getting fucking chicken dropped off and the night?
I ain't getting no dick. I'm giving dick.
The fuck is going on? You heard me? Like that? Yeah,
Yeah.
I said that.
Niggas eat chicken all day.
You want some digging? You want some digging?
You asking me, Tyler? Oh, no, we got time today to ask.
Hey, we got time today. Oh.
We got time today.
You go all that fucking leave back. You go all the fuck.
Oh, we got time. He got fucking time. Let me see your face when I answer your question.
Listen, it's 5:30 in the morning. I ain't fucking with you.
Bring your face back.
You know what he's trying to do, right?
Yo,
You know what he's trying to do.
Chris.
He's
Yo.
trying to lay down and go to sleep without
Shut your ass up, Cheryl.
I know how.
You don't know nothing, Cheryl.
So bring your ass back to this motherfucking camera. So all that fucking hot stuff.
I'm gonna need you to turn the other phone on and check out my boy Prince. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
No, Prince wasn't a part of this. You try to diffuse the situation with Prince. He's a deflection.
He
You forgot I'm a whole life coach. Because you don't follow me back. You don't follow me. So therefore you don't know what the fuck I actually do. You're deflecting the situation on Prince.
I know the fuck.
Prince in the
I
dark.
see the shit over here. I see what the fuck you do over here. I don't see the
Bullshit over here. I was flirting with my little chocolate princess over here with the chocolate queen. You know what I'm saying? Because you was all in fucking, you know what I'm saying? In Wonderland or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
What the
Why the fuck you can't turn on this motherfucking camera while you're talking that shit, Chad?
Yo, listen, man. Chill, yo. Yeah, what's trouble, yo?
only got, I already say we only got a few days left. Jeez.
It's Black History Month, and this is what you do now. I'm fucking shit. And why I gotta be God, motherfucker?
Yo, my boy Prince painting his ass off over here for Black History Month, man. Look at this shit.
I can't see him. What the fuck you want me to do? I spy to this motherfucking phone?
I could have brought Schlutter back up here, like really.
Bring her back up here. I bring her. She don't want to come back up here. She done left the motherfucking bus. She like, that little yellow bitch is mean. That little yellow bitch is mean. And that motherfucker, she about like, that little yellow bitch mean.
Yo, baby Zaddy Mimi. Who this? Baby Zaddy Mimi.
Hmm? Baby Fatty.
Baby Zaddy Mimi.
I don't know who that is.
Scan that motherfucker. Scan your Rolodex.
Who that? Yeah, I don't know who that is.
Who asked for nobody is no more.
I don't know none of these folks.
Nah, yeah, the community be growing too fast.
They got almost 3,000 followers. I don't fucking know. Okay.
Not clear.
I seen somebody keep popping their head back in here.
Right, son. Y'all trying not to claim motherfuckers.
Well, I know for a fact I ain't got nobody to claim.
I only got one person to claim it. He know goddamn well who I claim, and there's only one person in this shit. That's it. When she come through this bitch, I shut everything down. My word is, I say that motherfucker come up and come home.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's see.
Yesterday on everybody, I was like,
Oh shit.
Created by AJ. Who's that?
I don't know how you doing.
Hey, good morning. I ain't gonna lie, yo. I don't really know like all of my followers either, cause I got a few followers, but I don't know everybody on my list either.
Let me turn on your camera. Don't try to fall asleep.
Yo, Trill, where you at?
In the heavens.
I love being in the heavens.
You hear that? Hear that shit?
I love being in the heavens.
She is in the heavens. That sounds so relaxing.
Yo, man, I don't know if you out
Ooh, you said that sounds so relaxing. You want to try your chance in the heavens? Make sure you follow me so you can try your chances in the heavens, you know?
That's why I get my inspiration from.
Yo, Prince, man, you gotta be alpha enough to handle these two niggas.
Nah, I got you, bro. I got you.
I'm like,
Bro.
Which one y'all own Devious, yo? Devious, boy mom.
what? Who on
Devious. Devious. What's your Devious belong to?
She follows somebody I know, so she might belong to me. I don't know.
Sexy Open. What kind of name is that?
They belong to me, goddamn me. Shit.
Retish ain't going nowhere.
Yeah, Retish ain't gonna go nowhere.
Why he ain't going nowhere? Why you so confident?
Cause he got roasted yesterday by some American, and he had stood there, and I was like, damn. I'm like, he stood 10 toes. He from India. He stood 10 toes with his shit. He was like, yeah, I'll sit here, and he talked his shit back, and I was just in the comments like, I was just sitting there up on live like, you gotta follow me to know she gets interest in Hey Me Hood.
Let me go ahead and follow your shit right now.
See, she belongs to Terrell. She don't belong to me. I don't be knowing. I just know that we got shenanigans coming. That's why I said I don't know. I got like 3,000. I got like almost 3,000 now. I don't know. Cause one day they follow me and then I don't do whatever they like. Then they unfollow me. I be like, ooh, okay, whatever.
That be that shit right there. That's why I don't follow a lot of people, because people
like,
unfollow you.
I didn't do what you like. Oh, my bad. I don't give a fuck.
No, fuck that.
Guess what? They be lying when they say they ain't did that shit. Then you did lie to people. Don't follow no more.
I don't block people, but listen, I I am on my page. I am positive auntie, but when I go on to other people's shit, and I rarely do, like Cirocs, and there's just like things that I do go on to. I adapt to the surroundings, and like if it's decompressing distress, like this is like laughing bullshit, I do that. Like shenanigan and me, we have a whole set in. Like it's there's certain people we have a whole set in with. So that's my thing. But when you come into mine, you're gonna get a whole bunch of motivational positivity shit. And then like sometimes I'm just if they talk the truth, you just talking. You're talking about your shit, your life, whatever you want to talk about. So it's just like a whole diverse situation. I explore different things. I'm not limited. And a lot of people are limited. And the thing is, because I go on with a whole bunch of different type of people, some people don't like that. And the thing is, if you can't handle a diverse person, then I'm not for you, Pooh. I am not for you.
Right.
Because if you're going to be so selective, like they don't like that I came with people from all over the world. But then how the fuck would you want to go somewhere else that you're not from, knowing that we not even from here? Why would you want to go somewhere else and then get it second hand? You know what I'm saying? Like, they get mad. And I'm like, that makes no sense. It's like, a lot of people I know personally, I can hear myself echoing. Why can't I hear something else? And like a lot of people I know now are not fucking like they're not actual like they're Americans, but they're like either second generation Americans or they Americans by like because they didn't got their status. You know what I'm saying? Like and so a lot of people don't like this shit. And I'm like that doesn't make sense. Like it doesn't make that sense to be that like that in our community. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
So I've seen a lot of people and being as honest as I am. Cause I can only be me. I ain't gonna switch it up. And then a lot of people don't like me because I be like, yeah, I fuck with women, and they be like, oh.
What's wrong with that? Yeah. But who makes you happy?
People be in their feelings. Hey, baby, I don't understand. I'm not here to ask why they in their feelings. Okay, I call it feelings, not feelings. I don't ask them why they in their feelings. I'm not finna justify why you up here upset about what the fuck I do. So I'm not here to please you or please you. Right. How you sit
No. I look at people as like towards what value do you add to the world? How much positivity can you create? And how creative are you? I don't give a fuck who you go to sleep with at night. Like, what do you add to the fucking world? Are you a good person? Are you trying to be creative? Are you trying to build anything? And when you go to sleep, and I don't give a fuck who you in the bed with. That shit don't even make no damn sense.
Right.
But a lot of people will look at it like that. You know what I'm saying? And it's crazy that they do.
I got several gay people in my family.
Some people sleep.
I told you, there you go.
Right. Your ass sleep up here.
Yeah. I told you.
You up here sleep?
I told you what it was about.
Shut your ass up. Come make me shut up. Come make me shut up, bro. You know what? I bet you can't make me.
Yeah. I told you.
She did say it. She said your ass turn off the camera and go to sleep. The fact that you can't hang and I'm gonna have to start my own life, and I'm low key jealous that you still got 4 hours, and I got fucking knocked down to 1.
I still heard y'all talking shit.
We weren't talking shit. We weren't talking shit actually.
Y'all still talking shit.
Hold on. Ask your partner. Was we talking shit?
That nigga paying attention to fine detail right now.
Yeah, but we weren't talking shit. That's what I'm talking about. We were talking about real life shit.
Always talking shit. Black women always talking shit.
No, we were talking about bars. Actually, we were talking about people that follow me, and the reason that they unfollow me is but they don't like the things that I do because I don't change. I'm genuine. I don't change my customs for people. People don't like me because I fuck with women. People don't like me because, like, if I was to hang out on your live a lot, I get a backlash from it. I got backlash from hanging out with a certain person for a while. People was like backlashing me. But like, oh, why you hanging out with this person? Why you doing this? Like, I got backlash from that. And I'm like, I'm gonna hang out. I'm gonna be in people's rooms, whoever I wanna be in rooms with. You know what I'm saying? I got backlash from hanging out with women that twerk, do certain things. Like, I do not discriminate or judge. I try to be as least judgmental as possible because at the end of the day, I'm a life coach and a motivational speaker. I cannot be sitting up here judging folks. I try to be as least judgmental as possible. So whatever you do, I don't discriminate. If you shake your ass on my life, that's you shake your ass on my life. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? That's what make you happy. Then that's what make you happy. But a lot of people be pressed about what the fuck, you know, other people. And
people are miserable and they can't be their self, or they not happy with their self, so they want to just be bringing other people down with them. Like, fuck that. I don't care what people say about me, and I always do try to encourage other people too, because guess what? Positivity is all you need in this world right now.
It's like, why you ain't following me? Why before you go your ass to sleep, sir?
You already sleep, girl.
Look, say. Yeah, you snoring, bruh.
You been up all day.
I'm jealous. He still got 4 hour live. I'm like low key jealous because I don't have a 4 hour live no more. I got my shit taken away from me.
Nah. Well, if one of you guys want to start up a live, are you guys gonna stay on?
I said no. I'm hollering at him because he on here asleep.
You got chill.
Oh, that nigga not asleep. He listening. Yo, bruh, is you really falling asleep, nigga?
Yeah, he really fell asleep yet.
Go to sleep, bro. We'll hold it down.
Slumber, come here a little slumber. I don't like how they get on the slumber.
No.
Ain't nobody even talking about you. That's all in your made up head. You know what? You one of them lying Leos. I can see that.
How? Why would I lie about you?
Because nobody even talking about you.
Who?
Aloha, mijo.
Aloha, mijo. I ain't tell one lie. You talking about?
What are you talking about? Hey, Clara. How you doing this morning, Mom? Hey, Ding Dong.
Yo, good morning, everybody.
Slumber got a hose on. Slumber, you got hose on. You talking about Slumber? Slumber, you got hose on this bitch? You joining the crew? Maybe have a hella hose pass that through these two right here.
Look how he acting, see?
Yeah, too crazy.
Who is Slumber?
Slumber was the white guy that was up here. The Caucasian, excuse me. The Caucasian lady that was up here. Good morning. Good morning. I miss you, Clara.
How y'all make Slumber the op? Slumber was running with us too. Then y'all just, the little girl.
She's not the op. She's not the op. We just said, why didn't you flirt my beautiful black queen over here?
I did. You was just didn't pay attention. I was flirting with everybody. I was getting my flirt on.
Look, I don't even give a fuck if you flirt with me or not.
Okay, because at the end of the day, she's for me.
Don't fall into little rabbit games like we
Don't put Trill in the eyes. No, that ain't what we finna do.
I had you and Slaughter up here. I'm like, yo, you know what I'm saying? Yeah,
it's only 12:49 where you at. I don't know what a was. He don't never flirt with Trill. He know better. He tried that shit today.
It's 6 o'clock where we at, y'all.
We had a little fun today, Chill.
That's what I say. He only did that shit today. That ain't never gonna happen again.
It can't be fake. It gotta be real. It gotta be organic.
Yeah, it can't never happen again.
It can't never happen again. Yeah, my flirt is organic. It can't be fake.
It can't never happen again. It can't never happen again because I don't want you. So you know what I'm saying? Be like, let's really, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, because I don't want you to be like, where you at, Trill, you know what I'm saying? I need that flirt.
You fucked up. Okay. Okay, I heard you. Okay. Shit.
Hey, OG.
I see you got an effect on Cheryl. Cheryl ain't going nowhere. Locked in.
What you trying to say? What you trying to say?
What you
At least I wasn't the one on the phone.
No, don't try to deflect, Cheryl. Don't try to fucking deflect.
Turn off the camera.
Don't try to fucking deflect, Cheryl. Don't try to fucking deflect.
No, don't play with me. Don't do that.
Don't play with it. Don't play with her. Don't do her. Don't do her.
You know I
Why you fall asleep? Why you eating the chicken delivered off? You trying to drop all the chicken and chicken? Okay.
Your ass is just wide awake, Cheryl. Cheryl, you slept until 11 o'clock, didn't you?
No, baby, I didn't. I was on my live. If you would have followed me, you would have known that. Pumpkin. You don't follow me, so you don't know.
Chill. I ain't even doing this with you. Yo, Prince, man, you supposed to be helping me out, man.
Baby, he's relaxing. He is doing his.
I'm enjoying the conversation. I'm enjoying the conversation. They just wanna fuck with you hard body anyway. They just trying to fuck with you anyway.
You see that thumb right
Who
there?
can make me?
Put it in the mouth. Put that thumb right in the mouth.
Nah, if I get over there, you definitely won't be quiet. I tell you that.
That person put that thumb in her mouth. Right there, that thumb.
Come make me.
The Prince, man.
No, you make me. You talk so much shit.
Yeah.
You talk so much shit. You come do it.
I ain't ready for your little energy. I know what that energy is. Oh, no problem.
Oh, shit, you gonna be hooked. That's what you're saying.
Oh, no problem. I definitely
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? You gonna be hooked. Yeah. It's okay.
Yo, Slunner.
Look, he just played replay. So, Slunner, somebody else I can fucking tame. That's what that shit be. Cause he can't tame it.
Yo, y'all get trouble, man. Y'all give all y'all niggas or women trouble like this?
What are you talking about?
What?
You talking about? Oh, the gaslighting is crazy. What are you talking about? Yeah.
I swear.
What are you talking about?
You must still be.
Charles, take your ass to sleep, trying to make you ain't sleepy too.
Oh, baby, I'm like, whoa, baby.
Take your ass to sleep, Charles.
Don't be trying to make it seem like it's me when it's you.
Don't be trying to make her go to sleep.
Take your ass to sleep.
She not tired yet.
It's not.
I know it's Charles.
Tell it, baby.
Charles been on here before. I know it's Charles time. 6 o'clock.
You know these eyes right here, they little anyway. You always
Look at that. Oh, yes.
So you've been on here before. 6 o'clock, your ass is done.
Oh, look at them eyes.
6
Long.
o'clock is done. Sean curfew 6 o'clock. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You've been on here before. 6 o'clock.
You ain't, if you ain't looking at her eyes, she gets some little sexy eyes.
Yes.
Hey, Kyle. That's another Jamaican. Look, another Jamaican with another Jamaican talking shit.
6 o'clock, sure done. That's what I know.
Who be on that sick?
You've been on here before. 6 o'clock is your time.
Yo, I am not done. I gotta get ready to take my son to work at
Yeah, there you go. That's what I'm saying. 6 o'clock, you done.
Yes.
Oh.
Get ready.
Don't go fucking sign.
Yo, first of all, he's trying to make it seem like I'm about to get off me because he's sleeping. He want to get off. He want to
He want to say if you step out. Look, we just tell you laying down, baby. You are laying down. See, you step out. You step out. It's okay. Say that.
Let's shut that shit down.
Yeah, that's why you can't have the camera on. You turn down, baby. Chris ain't there for you. He over here.
Yo, I'm wide. Hey, I just woke up. I just woke up. I'm ready for the day, yo. I just slept 7 hours. I just slept 7 hours. Nah, yo, hey, I just slept 7 hours, yo. I'm just getting up, so I'm ready for the day. I got all the energy.
Hold on. Since he wanna put on Prince, how you doing, baby?
What's good?
You good, sir.
I'm excellent. I'm excellent.
That's good.
Yep.
You see how Ciroc putting it on, like, you know what I'm saying? You gotta pick up his slack.
It seemed like
Because he
y'all.
lacking
It seemed
in
like
the
y'all double
holding
teaming him.
area.
It ain't my slack.
Y'all trying to double team my homie though.
See, I told you. Yeah, it ain't his slack.
Yo,
He
DJ
literally
Triple.
said it ain't his slack. But you doing a good job of trying to deflect. I appreciate that.
So all y'all been up since yesterday? Like this the fucking late night shit for you guys? Or early morning?
Yeah, because all he's doing is deflecting at this point in time.
See, Rock, they don't even want to talk to me really.
Hey, Rock, please, I'm gonna need you to chime in, please.
they don't even really want to talk to me, dog.
Unless you get some good head, unless you get some good fucking head or something, then what the fuck you ain't on?
Trying to help? Trying to help? Please don't look at him like that, man. Do something.
She want to see that for real, for real. I think she want to see that part.
He don't know to start with y'all. That's to show how crazy y'all is. He don't know where to start with y'all.
First of all, we ain't crazy. We civilized women.
Thank you, baby.
Civilized. Y'all some savages. Sound like that one. Trill sound like a savage. But how you being a life coach and being so savage at the same time?
What'd you say, Mr. Brett?
I say Trill sound like a savage.
Hey, beauty. Hey, baby. How you doing? Hey, wifey. How you
Sound
been?
savage as hell.
Why you going Triller?
Guys,
I'm not
she
a
said
savage. Hey, wifey. How you been, love? I missed you.
she over there trying to figure out if this nigga getting head or
This is
not.
one of my wives, okay? This is one of my wives, okay? Oh, shit, that's okay. Oh, my goodness. Is she good? Okay, I'm probably gonna get in trouble later in my life, but it's okay. I'm ready for it. Beauty is my wife. I have two wives and a girlfriend, and they all know about each other. They're gonna be like, they all know, and they're all aware.
Are you a life coach?
See, that's why I don't tip. I tip it. I got ugly feet. That's a regular one. I keep big fucking feet.
I can't fuck with nobody with ugly
That's
feet.
because of my toes. I just got my toes done, and I was on live get my toes done, and they are white toes.
I don't fuck with nobody with ugly feet.
White toes. Don't tell me you got white toes.
Oh shit.
What? I ain't never heard of no shit like that. Well, first of all, I ain't have no dick in so long, so I can't even attest to it. I can't even tell you about that. It ain't my skill right there. gotta look a certain way for me to fuck with you. And what color are your toes?
Yeah, I get you.
I, I say I got ugly feet. My feet are so fucking ugly. They're the ugliest
You know what's so
shit
crazy?
ever.
Is I started to only man feet just so I can post my feet and my fingers because shit, people is making hella good money off of that shit.
Go to feet, babe. Go to footfetish.com and make some more money.
Oh, they got that shit because I ain't know about that one. Footfetish.com.
Yeah, go
Okay,
foot fetish.
okay,
Yes, yeah. Make that bang, babe. There you go.
okay. Because I know it's a
Look,
lot
see,
of
she was like alignment is real. There you go. Make some motherfucking money.
yes,
That's that free game right there for you.
yes.
Okay, fixing. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's not my life. So I ain't gotta worry about you asking to be added.
Very true. Like they already
Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can add you. It's not working. I don't know what's going on. This shit crazy. I'm trying though.
It's like that when the females go and it's like stay away from the and this is when people start waking up. That's how you know motherfuckers really.
I dropped out by accident. Well, I hope you following me because if you ain't, you probably ain't gonna see me for a hot minute. Yeah. You ain't gonna see me for a hot long minute. I ain't gonna lie to you.
That's how it is with me. I fuck with people every couple of months. That's why if they need me
Yeah,
like this,
I
I
bet
need
you
to
ain't gonna
stay.
see me for a hot long minute. I bet you ain't gonna see me for a hot long minute. I'll be on mine.
Yes.
Hey, I'm trying to add you. What you getting mad for? It ain't working. I've been trying. You see me hitting the button, right?
Oh, they
Damn.
getting mad. They get super mad. Well, we can't add nobody because this ain't L Live, y'all. This is
Hey,
live.
Miss Marie. How you doing, love? Oh, we. That's just how we roll. That's just how we roll. This, like that.
Yo, What's good, bro? Not really sure like that. That brush might be too big. Where's my other set of brushes? What the heck? I guess I can use that one. I think I might have to take a bathroom break real quick. Alright.
Introducing Zoom. With the new Zoom AI companion, you can recap your meetings, summarize missed chats, and draft responses in real time. And that's just one of the ways that Zoom is so much more than Zoom.
So Big Dog became LS3, which is the big load carrier.
Just a quick pause. It can carry 400 pounds.
I had to carry 400, but we had it carrying about 1,000 pounds at one time.
Of course you did. Just
we
to
had,
make sure.
We had one carrying the other one. We had two of them, so we had one carrying the other one.
So one of the things that stands out about the robots Boston Dynamics have created is how beautiful the movement is, how natural the walking is, and running is, even flipping is, throwing is. So maybe you can talk about what's involved in making it look natural.
Well, I think having good hardware is part of the story, and people who think you don't need to innovate hardware anymore are wrong.
The following is a conversation with Mark Reiber, a legendary roboticist, founder, and longtime CEO of Boston Dynamics, and recently the executive director of the newly created Boston Dynamics AI Institute that focuses on research and the cutting edge, on creating future generations of robots that are far better than anything that exists today. He has been leading the creation of incredible legged robots for over 40 years at CMU, at MIT, the legendary MIT Leg Lab, and then of course Boston Dynamics with amazing robots like Big Dog, Atlas, Spot, and Handle. This was a big honor and pleasure for me. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Mark Reiber. Did you first fall in love with robotics?
Well, I was always a builder from a young age. I was lucky. My father was a frustrated engineer, and by that I mean he wanted to be an aerospace engineer, but his mom from the old country thought that would be like a grease monkey, and so she said no. So he became an accountant. But the result of that was our basement was always full of tools and equipment and electronics, and from a young age I would watch him assembling a kit, an ICO kit or something like that. I still have a couple of his old ICO kits, and it was really during graduate school when I followed a professor back from class. It was Bertolt Horn at MIT, and I was taking an interim class. It's IAP, Independent Activities Period. Mm-hmm. And I followed him back to his lab, and on the table was a Vicarm robot arm taken apart in probably 1,000 pieces. And when I saw that, from that day on, I was a roboticist.
Do you remember the year?
1974.
1974. So there's just this arm in pieces.
Yeah.
And you saw the pieces, and you saw in your vision the arm and it's put back together, and the possibilities that holds.
Somehow it spurred my imagination. I was in the Brain and Cognitive Science department as a graduate student doing neurophysiology. I'd been an electrical engineer as an undergrad at Northeastern. The neurophysiology wasn't really working for me. It wasn't conceptual enough. I couldn't see really how by looking at single neurons you were going to get to a place where you could understand, control systems or thought or anything like that. And, the AI lab was always an appealing, this was before CSAIL, right? This was in the 70s, so the AI lab was always an appealing idea. And so when I went back to the AI lab with, following him, and I saw the arm, I just thought, this is it.
It's so interesting, the tension between the BCS, Brain Cognitive Science approach to understanding intelligence, the robotics approach to understanding intelligence.
Well, BCS is now morphed a bit, right? They have the Center for Brains, Minds, and Machines, which is trying to bridge that gap. And even when I was there, David Marr was in the AI lab. David Marr had models of the brain that were appealing both to biologists but also to computer people. So he was a visitor in the AI lab at the time, and I guess he became full-time there. It's the first time a bridge was made between those two groups. Then the bridge kind of went away, and then there was another time in the 80s, and then recently, the last 5 or so years, there's been a stronger connection.
You said you were always kind of a builder. What stands out to you in memory of a thing you built? Trivial thing that just kind of like inspired you in the possibilities that this direction of work might hold?
Just doing gadgets when we were kids. I had a friend, we were taking, I don't know if everybody remembers, but fluorescent lights had this little aluminum cylinder, I can't even remember what it's called now, that you needed, a starter I think it was. And we would take those apart, fill them with match heads, put a tail on it and make it into little rockets.
So it wasn't always about function, it was,
well, rocket was pretty much.
I guess that is pretty functional. But yeah, I guess that is a question. How much was it about function versus just creating something cool?
I think it's still a balance between those two. It was a time though when I was I guess I was probably already a professor or maybe late in graduate school when I thought that function was everything, and that mobility, dexterity, perception, and intelligence, those are sort of the key functionalities for robotics that mattered, and nothing else mattered. And I even had kind of this Platonic ideal that a robot, if you just looked at a robot and it wasn't doing anything, it would look like a pile of junk, which a lot of my robots looked like in those days. But then when it started moving, you'd get the idea that it had some kind of life or some kind of interest in its movement. And I think we purposely even designed the machines, not worrying about the aesthetics of the structure itself. But then it turns out that the aesthetics of the thing itself add and combine with the lifelike things that the robots can do. But the heart of it is, making them do things that are interesting.
So one of the things that underlies a lot of your work is that the robots you create, the systems you have created for over 40 years now, have a kind of, they're not cautious. So a lot of robots that people know about move about this world very cautiously, carefully, very afraid of the world. A lot of the robots you built, especially in the early days, were very aggressive, underactuated. They're hopping, they're wild, moving quickly. So what is there a philosophy underlying that?
Well, let me tell you about how I got started on legs at all. When I was still a graduate student, I went to a conference. It was a biological legged locomotion conference, and I think it was in Philadelphia. So it was all biomechanics people, researchers who would look at muscle and maybe neurons and things like that. They weren't so much computational people, but they were more biomechanics. And maybe there were 1,000 people there. And I went to a talk. One of the talks, all the talks were about the body of either animals or people and respiration, things like that. But one talk was by a robotics guy, and he showed a 6-legged robot that walked very slowly. It always had at least 3 feet on the ground, so it worked like a table or a chair with tripod stability, and it moved really slowly. And I just looked at that and said, wow, that's wrong. That's not anything like how people and animals work, because we bounce and fly. We have to predict what's going to happen in order to keep our balance when we're taking a running step or something like that. We use the springiness in our legs, our muscles and our tendons and things like that as part of the story. The energy circulates. We don't just throw it away every time. So I'm not sure I understood all that when I first saw it, but I definitely got inspired to say, let's try the opposite. And I didn't have a clue as to how to make a hopping robot work. Not balanced in 3D. In fact, when I started, it was all just about the energy of bouncing, and I was going to have a springy thing in the leg and some actuator so that you could get an energy regime going of bouncing. And the idea that balance was an important part of it didn't come until a little later. And then, I made the one-legged, the pogo stick robots. Now I think that we need to do that in manipulation. If you look at robot manipulation, a community has been working on it for 50 years. We're nowhere near human levels of manipulation. I mean, we can, it's come along, but I think it's all too safe. And I think trying to break out of that safety thing of static grasping, if you look at a lot of work that goes on, it's about the geometry of the part, and then you figure out how to move your hand so that you can position it with respect to that, and then you grasp it carefully, and then you move it. Well, that's not anything like how people and animals work, We juggle in our hands, we have multiple objects and can sort them. So now, to be fair, being more aggressive is going to mean things aren't going to work very well for a while. So it's a longer term approach to the problem. But that's just theory now. Maybe that won't pay off, but that's sort of how I'm trying to think about it, trying to encourage our group to go at it.
Well, yeah, I mean, we'll talk about what it means to, what is the actual thing we're trying to optimize for a robot. Sometimes, especially with human-robot interaction, maybe flaws is a good thing. Perfection is not necessarily the right thing to be chasing. Just like you said, maybe being good at fumbling an object, being good at fumbling might be the right thing to optimize versus perfect modeling of the object and perfect movement of the arm to grasp that object. Because maybe perfection is not supposed to exist in the real world.
I don't know if you know my friend Matt Mason, who is the director of the Robotics Institute at Carnegie Mellon, and we go back to graduate school together. But he analyzed a movie of Julia Childs doing a cooking thing. And she did, I think he said something like there were 40 different ways that she handled a thing, and none of them was grasping. She would nudge, roll, flatten with her knife, things like that, and none of them was grasping.
So, okay, let's go back to the early days. First of all,
sure.
you've created and led the Leg Lab, the legendary Leg Lab at MIT. So what was that first hopping robot?
But first of all, the Leg Lab actually started at Carnegie Mellon. So I was a professor there starting in 1980 to about 1986. And so that's where the first hopping machines were built, starting, I guess we got the first one working in about 1982, something like that. That was a simplified one. Then we got a three-dimensional one in 1983. The quadruped that we built at the Leg Lab, the first version, was built in about 1984-5 and really only got going about 86 or so. It took years of development to get it to...
Let's just pause here. For people who don't know, I'm talking to Mark Raber, founder of Boston Dynamics. But before that, you were a professor developing some of the most incredible robots for 15 years. And before that, of course, a grad student and all that. So you've been doing this for a really long time. So you skipped over this, but go to the first hopping robot. There's videos of some of this. I mean, these are incredible robots. So you talked about the very first step was to get a thing hopping up and down.
Right.
And then you realized, well, balancing is the thing you should care about, and it's actually a solvable problem. So can you just go through how to create that robot? What was involved in creating that robot?
Well, I'm going to start on not the technical side, but I guess we could call it the motivational side, or the funding side. So before Carnegie Mellon, I was actually at JPL, that's Jet Propulsion Lab, for 3 years. And while I was there, I connected up with Ivan Sutherland, who sometimes regarded as the father of computer graphics because of work he did both at MIT and then University of Utah and Evans and Sutherland. Anyway, know him. And at one point he said, he encouraged me to do some kind of project at Caltech, even though I was at JPL. Those are kind of related institutions. And so I thought about it, and I made up a list of 3 possible projects. And I purposely made the top one and the bottom one really boring sounding. And in the middle, I put pogo stick robot. He looked at it. Ivan is a brilliant, brilliant guy, brilliant engineer, and real cultivator of people. He looked at it and knew right away what the thing that was worth doing. And so he had an endowed chair, so he had about $3,000 that he gave me to build the first model, which I went to the shop and with my own hands kind of made a first model, which didn't work, and was just a beginning shot at it. And Ivan and I took that to Washington, and in those days you could just walk into DARPA and walk down the hallway and see who's there.
Yeah.
And Ivan, who had been there in his previous life. And so we walked around and we looked in the offices. Of course, I didn't know anything, I was basically a kid, but Ivan knew his way around. And we found Craig Fields in his office. Craig later became the director of DARPA, but in those days he was a program manager. And so we went in, I had a little Samsonite suitcase, we opened, and it had just the skeleton of this one-legged hopping robot. We showed it to him. And you could almost see the drool going down his chin.
So it was
Of
exciting.
excitement. And he sent me $250,000. He said, okay, I want to fund this. And I was between institutions. I was just about to leave JPL, and I hadn't decided yet where I was going next. And then when I landed at CMU, he sent $250,000, which in 1980 was a lot of research money.
Did you see the possibility of where this is going? Why this is an important problem?
No.
The balancing, I mean, it's legged, it has to do with legged locomotion. I mean, it has to do with all these problems that the human body solves when we're walking, for example. Like, all the fundamentals are there.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was the motivation, to try and get more at the fundamentals of how animals work. But the idea that it would result in, machines that were anything like practical, like we're making now, that wasn't anywhere in my head, no. As an academic, I was mostly just trying to do the next thing, make some progress, impress my colleagues if I could.
And have fun.
And have fun.
Pogo stick robot.
Pogo stick robot.
So what was, on the technical side, what are some of the challenges of getting the point where we saw, like in the video, the pogo stick robot that's actually successfully hopping and then eventually doing flips and all this kind of stuff?
Well, in the very early days, I needed some better engineering than I could do myself. And I hired Ben Brown. We each had our way of contributing to the design, and we came up with a thing that could start to work. I had some stupid ideas about how the actuation system should work, and we sorted that out. It wasn't that hard to make it balanced once you get the physical machine to be working well enough and have enough control over the degrees of freedom. Very quickly, we started out by having it floating on an inclined airtable, and then that only gave us like 6 foot of travel. So once it started working, we switched to a thing that could run around the room on another device. It's hard to explain these without you seeing them, but you probably know what I'm talking about, a planarizer. And then the next big step was to make it work in 3D, that was really the scary part. With these simple things, people had inverted pendulums at the time for years, and they could control them by driving a cart back and forth. But could you make it work in 3 dimensions while it's bouncing and all that? And but it turned out, not to be that hard to do, at least at the level of performance we achieved at the time.
So, okay, you mentioned inverted pendulum, but can you explain how a hopping stick in 3D troll can balance itself?
Yeah, sure.
What does the actuation look like?
The simple story is that there's 3 things going on. There's something making it bounce. And, we had a system that was estimating how high the robot was off the ground. And using that, there's energy that can be in 3 places in a pogo stick. One is in the spring, one is in the altitude, and the other is in the velocity. And so when at the top of the hop, it's all in the height. And so you could just measure how high you're going, and thereby have an idea of a lot about the cycle, and you could decide whether to put more energy in or less. So that's one element. Then there's a part that you decide where to put the foot. And if you think when you're landing on the ground with respect to the center of mass, so if you think of a pole vaulter, the key thing the pole vaulter has to do is get its body to the right place when the pole gets stuck. If they're too far forward, they kind of get thrown backwards. If they're too far back, they go, over. And what they need to do is get it so that they go mostly up to get over the thing. And, high jumpers is the same kind of thing. So there's a calculation about where to put the foot, and we did something, relatively simple. And then there's a third part to keep the body at an attitude that's upright. Because if it gets too far, you could hop and just keep rotating around. But if it gets too far, then you run out of motion of the joints at the hips. So you have to do that. And we did that by applying a torque between the legs and the body every time the foot's on the ground. You only can do it while the foot's on the ground. In the air, the physics don't work out.
How far does it have to tilt before it's too late to be able to balance itself? Correct itself.
Well, you're asking an interesting question because these days we didn't actually optimize things, and they probably could have gone much further than we did and then had higher performance. And we just kind of got a sketch of a solution and worked on that. And then in years since, some people working for us, some people working for others, people came up with all kinds of equations or algorithms for how to do a better job, be able to go faster. One of my students worked on getting things to go faster. Another one worked on climbing over obstacles. Because when you're running, on the open ground, it's one thing. If you're running like up a stair, you have to adjust where you are, otherwise things don't work out right. You land your foot on the edge of the step. So there's other degrees of freedom to control if you're getting to more realistic, practical situations.
I think it's really interesting to ask about the early days, because believing in yourself, believing that there's something interesting here, and then you mentioned finding somebody else, Ben Brown. What's that like, finding other people with whom you can build this crazy idea and actually make it work?
Probably the smartest thing I ever did is to find the other people.
Yeah.
I mean, when I look at it now, I look at Boston Dynamics and all the really excellent engineering there, people who really make stuff work. I'm only the dreamer.
So when you talk about pogo stick robot or legged robots, whether it's quadrupeds or humanoid robots, did people doubt that this is possible? Did you experience a lot of people around you kind of...
I don't know if they doubted whether it was possible, but I think they thought it was a waste of time.
Oh, it's not even an interesting problem.
I think for a lot of people, people who were... I think it's been both though. Some people, I felt like they were saying, why are you spending more time on this stupid problem? But then I've been at many things where people have told me it's been an inspiration to go out and attack these harder things, and I think it has turned out. I think legged locomotion has turned out to be a useful thing.
Did you ever have doubt about bringing Atlas to life, for example, or with Big Dog, just every step of the way? Did you have doubt, what this
are
is?
Are you familiar with Boston Dynamics?
At first, I wasn't an enthusiast for the humanoids because, again, it goes back to saying what's the functionality, and the form wasn't.
So this is Mark Raibert. He is the founder of Boston Dynamics. Okay, have you ever heard of Atlas? The robot called Atlas? It's the dancing robot, the flipping, jumping robot. Yes, so he's the guy that started the fucking Boston Dynamics, yo. And so yesterday in the stream, there's this really young chick was in here. She said she's 20. I'm like, yo, that's wild. I can remember when I was 20, like 23 years ago. But then it's like, I can't imagine what the world will be like when a 20-year-old is my age. So in 23 years from now, this shit is going to be so fucking wild. And then I asked her the same thing. I was like, have you ever heard of Boston Dynamics? Because I've been watching these guys for 4 years, 5 years maybe. The first time. So they also made Spot Mini. The little yellow robot dog. So that's Boston Dynamics too. And so years and years ago when they started showing little clips of that shit, I'm like, what the fuck is this? So I started Googling and trying to read about Boston Dynamics, and then kind of find out they were bought by the Alphabet company, which is really Google, and then Google also bought DeepMind, which was one of the earliest artificial intelligence coding companies. So I'm like, I was like, okay, you're buying a robotics company and an AI company, and this was years and years ago. Like they had been purchased that shit. So now I'm like, Google, what the fuck is y'all doing with this shit? So I've been up on fucking Boston Dynamics for a long time because the shit just seemed kind of weird, but it's fucking cool as shit at the same time. So I was asking the young chick, I was like, yo, do you even know about this shit? And she was like, nah, I ain't never heard of that. So I was like, this is what your future is gonna fucking look like. This is literally your future. It is the wildest thing ever.
Forgot my tools again.
So, first of all, it picked up a board that was at an angle. It's holding the board and it jumps and spins in the air while holding a uneven weight in its arm. It's just like, how in the fuck? This shit is it's so awesome and so unsettling at the same time. Sets a board down, not just slowly walks, this motherfucker gallops. Once again, grabs a uneven weighted object, gallops upstairs, walks across a fucking plank, jumps with the object, and throws this shit while it turns. I think this right here got me. So it's holding an uneven weight and throwing or tossing an uneven weight above its head and turning at the same time. That's so many complex movements at one time. That shit is, I don't know, I just think it's fucking fascinating. How did you get it to do that? That shit did a goddamn 360 somersault backflip. I can't even do that. I can't do that. And so that video is from, a couple years ago, I guess. 2 years old.
Own your home in
So just imagine where they're at now with that shit.
If you pay more than $70
as important as the functionality. And also there's an aspect to humanoid robots that's all about the cosmetics, where there isn't really other functionality, and that kind of is off-putting for me. As a roboticist, I think the functionality really matters. So probably that's why I avoided humanoid robots to start with. But I'll tell you, now, after we started working on them, you could see that the connection and the impact with other people, whether they're lay people or even other technical people, there's a special thing that goes on. Even though most of the humanoid robots aren't that much like a person.
But we anthropomorphize and we see
That's
the
right.
humanity. But also, like with Spot, you can see humanity. But whatever we find compelling about social interactions there in Spot as well.
I'll tell you, I go around giving talks and take Spot to a lot of them. And it's amazing. The media likes to say that they're terrifying and that people are afraid. And YouTube commenters like to say that it's frightening. But when you take a Spot out there, now maybe it's self-selecting, but you get a crowd of people who want to take pictures, want to pose for selfies, want to operate the robot, want to pet it, want to put clothes on it. It's amazing.
Yeah, I love Spot. So if we move around history a little bit, so you said in the early days of Boston Dynamics that you quietly worked on making a running version of Aibo.
Yeah.
Sony's robot dog.
Yeah.
It's just
Yeah, that's the thing. It's just like, it has so many implications. And I think all technology is definitely a double-edged sword. It can, a hammer. You can build a house with a hammer, or you can kill a motherfucker with a hammer. That's anything. Any kind of tool or technology is definitely double-edged, so you just have to be really, really careful with it. And my thing is, when it comes to anything like this, my first thought is, okay, so what if you put a gun on it? Even when I seen Spot Mini, that was my first thought. That's what made me really start looking into, like, who is buying this company and what the fuck are you guys doing with this shit? And of course, it was for military purposes in the beginning, because all of this technology comes from military applications. And so even with the little yellow cute robot dog Spot Mini, is like, yeah, but what happens if they put a gun on it? And so with Atlas, it's the same thing. Atlas looks so fucking cool, and it's like they describe it as the Rolls Royce or Lamborghini of robots. It's like the top of the line. It's the best of the best thing that's out there right now. And hopefully they can get it to where it's feasible enough to bring it to market. Okay, but if you can bring it to market then and mass produce this thing, what happens if they put a gun on it? That's like my whole thought. Okay, you give this motherfucker a gun, and then what? It's goddamn Terminator. It is, because we have artificial intelligence now, and so that's, like I say, that's really what made me look at is like, why did Google buy a robot company and an AI company? Are you guys trying to build a Terminator? What are you doing with this shit, man? Nah, what are you doing with this? So I just like to keep up with Boston Dynamics and check them out every couple of years, because they don't drop a lot of shit. They don't put videos out like monthly or annually, and they do appear at robot conferences, but if you're not in that community and you're not looking for that shit, you won't see it when it's going on. It's hard to fucking keep up with a lot of this shit. But Spot Mini is already to the market, and shit, you can buy a Spot Mini for goddamn, I think they only like $4,000 or some shit like that. Yo, Miss Kenny, good morning. Yo, those shits, they're not even really that expensive. Still working on this baseball player painting this morning, I guess. I really should have did this lower part of the background when I did the upper portion. I don't know why I didn't go ahead and do that, but I want to like get all of this done before I start making my really crisp lines with his uniform. So I'll try to fill in at least the blue on this side before I work the uniform a little bit more, so I'm not getting too much blue on the white.
Interesting little tidbit of history for me. What stands out to you in memory from that task? For people who don't know, that little dog robot moves slowly. How did that become Big Dog? What was involved there? What was the dance between how do we make this cute little dog versus a thing that can actually carry a lot of payload and move fast and stuff like that?
Action is that at that point, Boston Dynamics was mostly a physics-based simulation company. So when I left MIT to start Boston Dynamics, there was a few years of overlap, but the concept wasn't to start a robot company. The concept was to use this dynamic simulation tool that we developed to do robotics for other things. But working with Sony, we got back into robotics by doing the Aibo Runner. We made some tools for programming Curio, which was a humanoid this big that could do some dancing and other kinds of fun stuff.
I did not know Boston Dynamics made that shit. I remember that shit.
When I look back, I say that we got us back where we belonged.
Yeah. You rediscovered the soul of the company.
That's right.
And so from there, it was always about robots.
Yeah.
So you started Boston Dynamics in 1992.
Right.
What are some fond memories from the early days?
One of the robots that we built wasn't actually a robot. It was a surgical simulator, but it had force feedback. So it had all the techniques of robotics. And you look down into this, it actually was, and it looked like you were looking down onto the body you were working on. Your hands were underneath the mirror, so they were where you were looking. And you had tools in your hands that were connected up to these force feedback devices made by another MIT spin-out, Sensible Technologies. So they made the force feedback device, we attached the tools, and we brought all the software and did all the graphics. So we had 3D computer graphics. It was in the old days when, this was in the late 90s, when you had the Silicon Graphics computer that was about this big. It was the heater in the office, basically.
Nice.
And we were doing surgical operations, anastomosis, which was stitching tubes together, tubes like blood vessels or other things in their body. Feel, and you could see the tissues move, and it was really exciting. And the idea was to make a trainer to teach surgeons how to do stuff. We built a scoring system because we interviewed surgeons that told us, what you're supposed to do and what you're not supposed to do. You're not supposed to tear the tissue. You're not supposed to touch it in any place except for where you're trying to engage. There were a bunch of rules. So we built this thing and took it to a trade show, a surgical trade show. And the surgeons were practically lined up. Well, we kept a score and we posted their scores like on a video game. And those guys are so competitive that they really love doing it. And they would come around and they see someone's score was higher there, so they would come back. We figured out shortly after that we thought surgeons were going to pay us to get trained on these things. And the surgeons thought we should pay them in order to, so they could teach us about the thing. And there was no money from the surgeons.
Yeah.
And we looked at it and thought, well, maybe we could sell it to hospitals that would train their surgeons. And then we said, well, at the time we were probably a 12-person company or maybe 15 people, I don't remember. There's no way we could go after a marketing activity. The company was all bootstrapped in those years. We never had investors until Google bought us, which was
Exactly, until Google bought their
So we
ass.
didn't have any resources to go after hospitals. So
And
we
that's-
at one
And then once again, Google is mostly government subsidized. Google is an arm of the fucking government now. And so this company was struggling and struggling and struggling. They got a lot of good ideas and some good concepts, but they ain't got no funding until Google buys their ass. And now they making Spot Mini and Atlas and all this shit. And yeah, this man started from the ground back in the 80s. But as soon as y'all got funding from Google, now y'all making all this big ass shit, bro. And you think the military not gonna be fucking using this shit? You think they not gonna put guns on these motherfuckers and send their ass out to some fucking foreign country to kill people and shit? Or even here, it's RoboCop. Nigga, they gonna be, this gonna be our new police force. Shit is getting crazy.
Rob and I were looking at that and we said, we built another simulator for knee arthroscopy, and we said, this isn't going to work. And we killed it, moved on. And that was really a milestone in the company because we sort of understood who we were and what would work and what wouldn't, even though technically it was really a fascinating thing.
What was that meeting like? Were you just like sitting at a table? You know what?
Probably.
We're going to pivot completely. We're going to let go of this thing we put so much hard work into. Go back to the thing.
It just always felt right once we did it,
Just look at each other and said, let's build robots.
Yeah.
What was the first robot under the flag of Boston Dynamics? Big Dog?
Well, there was the Ivo runner, but it wasn't even a whole robot. It was just legs that we took off the legs on Ivos and attached the legs we'd made. And, we got that working and showed it to the Sony people. We worked pretty closely with Sony in those years. One of the interesting things...
I didn't know Sony was involved in Boston Dynamics.
The internet
What the
and
fuck?
Zoom and anything like that. So we had 6 ISDN lines installed.
Yo,
And
I'm
we would
learning
have a
some shit
telecom
right
every
here.
week that worked at very low frame rate, something like 10 hertz.
Yo,
What was the
wait a
first
minute.
role?
Is he about to explain a pre-internet Zoom meeting? This motherfucker said before what? No, hold on. See, it'd be hard for me to paint and concentrate on what they be saying sometimes.
Built under the flag of Boston Dynamics. Big Dog?
Well, there was the Ibo runner, but it wasn't even a whole robot. It was just legs that we took off the legs on Ibos and attached the legs we'd made. And, we got that working and showed it to the Sony people. We worked pretty closely with Sony in those years. One of the interesting things is that it was before the internet and Zoom and anything like that. Mm-hmm. So we had 6 ISDN lines installed, and we would have a telecon every week that worked at very low frame rate, something like 10 hertz. English across the boundary with Japan was a challenge, trying to understand what each of us was saying and have meetings every week for several years doing that. And it was a pleasure working with them. They were
That's
really
crazy. They was
supporters,
having video
and
conferences
they seemed to like
before
us
the
and what we were
fucking
doing.
internet.
That was the real transition from us being a simulation company into being a robotics company again.
It was a quadruped? The legs were 4 legs or 2 legs?
Yeah, no, 4 legs, yeah.
And what did you learn from that experience?
Yo, Zoom conferences before the internet? I say, motherfuckers been up on some shit for so fucking long. And it's like our 5G and our man, that shit is old ass shit to the military. Ain't no telling what these motherfuckers using now for communication. And then now you got Elon Musk, the Neuralace from Neuralink. And you watch this old anime, damn, not Gundam, but I can't think of the name of that shit. But these pilots, the Air Force pilots, would just use a brain link to pilot their crafts and shit. They didn't have to control it with their hands or nothing like that. Ain't so much fucking shit coming out now. Alright. Hello?
Hello?
Hey.
Hey, we're like 2 hours since you came to it.
Okay. Well, I'm already up in the studio, so I'll be up in here when y'all get here.
Okay.
Alright. I just got a phone call. Will it come back? I'm not sure. Did it come back? I had to answer the phone real quick. Oh, it's always weird getting a phone call while you're trying to stream, because it does that pausey thing. Yeah. Alright, so what am I doing? Actually, alright. I'm gonna have to take a break and snack on something in a second.
Moving quadruped.
We learned that something that small that doesn't look very exciting when it's running. It's like it's scampering, and you had to watch a slow-mo for it to look like it was interesting. If you watch it fast, it was just like a.
That's funny.
One of my things was to show stuff in video, from the very early days of the hopping machines. And so I was always focused on how's this going to look through the viewfinder, and well, it didn't look so cool through the viewfinder.
So what came next in terms of what was a big next milestone in terms of a robot you built?
I mean, you got to say that Big Dog was, sort of put us on the map and got our heads really pulled together. We scaled up the company. Big Dog was the result of Alan Rudolph at DARPA starting a biodynamics program out of, a request for proposals, and there were 42 proposals written and 3 got funded. One was Big Dog, one was a climbing robot, Rise, and that put things in motion. We hired Martin Buehler. He was a professor in Montreal at McGill. He was incredibly important for getting Big Dog out of the lab and into the mud, which is was a key step to really be willing to go out there and build it, break it, fix it, which is sort of one of our mottos at the company.
So testing it in the real world. For people who don't know, Big Dog, maybe you can correct me, but it's a big quadruped, 4-leg robot. It looks big, could probably carry a lot of weight. Not the most weight that Boston Dynamics have built, but a lot.
Well, it's the first thing that worked. So let's see, if we go back to the leg lab, we built a quadruped that could do many of the things that Big Dog did, but it had a hydraulic pump sitting in the room with hoses connected to the robot. It had a VAX computer in the next room. It needed its own room because it was this giant thing with air conditioning, and it had this very complicated bus connected to the robot. And the robot itself just had the actuators. It had gyroscopes for sensing and some other sensors, but all the power and computing was background. Big Dog had all that stuff.
Oh no, I think I should have just did more of the background earlier before I started working my way down to his shirt, but it is what it is. So I already started trying to add a little detail up here around the collar just to get some highlights in the fabric, but what can I say? On some amateur shit. Should have mapped this out a little bit better. So I'll just work around. Once again, I want all of this background to be really soft and pushed back with this nice blurred bokeh, and so that he really pops really hard to the foreground. Alright.
Integrated on the platform. It had a gasoline engine for power, which was a very complicated thing to undertake. It had to convert the rotation of the engine into hydraulic power, which is how we actuated it. So there was a lot of learning just on the building the physical robot and the system integration for that. And then there was the controls of it.
So for Big Dog, we brought it all together onto one platform.
Right.
And then so you
could take it out in the woods.
Yeah, and you did.
We did. We spent a lot of time down at the Marine Corps base in Quantico, where there was a trail called the Guadalcanal Trail. And our milestone that DARPA had specified was that we could go on this one particular trail.
Now that's crazy, because I lived in Northern Virginia, which is where Quantico is at. And there's a couple of TV shows or some other stuff that I've seen that's based around Quantico, because it is a really a big military area, and so I did not know, like, I was actually living in that area around the time when these motherfuckers are walking big dog through the woods of Quantico and shit. It's like, yo, you never know what's going on just, a few miles away from you. Oh, it's definitely in the wrist. You know, it's definitely in the wrist. I tell people I smush and then I swish. I smush and then I swish. Smush and swish. It's a weird little thing. That's the best vernacular I can use for it. A smush and a swish. You know. And then when you get real close to something, you wanna line it with a stroke, a nice solid stroke like that. I've been stroking. A stroke, a swish, and a swish. Next thing you know, shit, you got a painting, nigga. And then a lot of the times people see the underpainting and say, oh man, it's so awesome. It's beautiful. I'm like, it's not done yet. But it's like, you got it. Everything is painted. Yeah, I know the whole canvas is painted, but it's not done yet. I'm just getting started. I'm just warming up. Let me cook for a second. Come back next week. Come back next week. That shit look like, what the fuck? I'm gonna still buff that out with this. Let me buff this a little bit. Alright. Yeah, now those two panels are starting to look really nice. So there's a person here, a blurred out person, and then there's a camera guy. This black spot is a guy filming the event for news or whatever, so shit. I still think man, I guess I need to do that. I was gonna have so much fun working on this jersey. I guess I'm gonna go ahead and like try to block this background in more. It seems like what I should be doing. Because once again, I don't want to get all the details on the jersey and then I come back trying to get this blue and buff it out, and I start getting blue on the white. So it'd be better if I do the blue first, and if I do get a little bit of blue on the white, I can still just come back and make all my lines back crisp again for the main figure since he's to the front. So yeah, yesterday I don't know. I was like, oh, I'll just do this top part of the stands and I'll work on this jersey, and he's like, no, we're not gonna do it like that.
Well, a lot of challenge, and we spent a lot of time. Our team spent a lot of time down there. Those were fun days.
Hiking with a robot. So what did you learn about like what it takes to balance a robot like that on a trail? On a hiking trail in the woods. Basically, forget the woods, just the real world. That's the big leap into testing in the real world.
Yeah. As challenging as the woods were, inside of a home, in an office, is really harder.
Yeah.
Because when you're in the woods, you can actually take any path up the hill. All you have to do is avoid the obstacles. There's no such thing as damaging the woods, at least, Whereas if you're in a house, you can't leave scuff marks, you can't bang into the walls. The robots aren't very comfortable bumping into the walls, especially in the early days. So I think those were actually bigger challenges once we faced them. It was mostly, getting the systems to work well enough together, the hardware systems to work, and the controls. In those days, we did have a human operator who did all the visual perception going up the Guadalcanal Trail. So there was an operator who was right there, who was very skilled at, even though the robot was balancing itself and placing its own feet, if the operator didn't do the right thing, it wouldn't go. But years later, we went back with one of the precursor to Spot, and we had advanced the controls and everything so much that an complete amateur, could operate the robot the first time up and down, whereas it had taken us years to get there in the previous robot.
So if you fast forward, Big Dog eventually became Spot.
So Big Dog became LS3, which is the big load carrying one.
Just a quick pause. It can carry 400 pounds.
I had to carry 400, but we had it carrying about 1,000 pounds one time.
Of course you did. Just to make sure.
We had one carrying the other one. We had two of them, so we had one carrying the other one. There's a little clip of that. We should put that out somewhere. That's from like 20 years ago. But.
Wow. Wow, and it can go for very long distances. It can travel 20 miles.
Yeah. Gasoline,
yeah. And that event's just, okay, sorry, so LS3, then what, how did that lead to Spot?
Big Dog and LS3 had engine power and hydraulic actuation.
Yo, Xerox, what's good, bro?
We made
Good morning.
a robot
How you making
that
out?
was power. So there's a battery driving a motor, driving a pump.
Yo, that other stream you caught me in, yo, them guys be over there wilding. It's a lot of good energy, but it's more just like, well, you were in there for a minute, so you can put whatever word you want to put on it. I'm trying to think of a good way to describe it, because I was in there, so I enjoy being in there, but it's, I don't know. I don't want to say ratchet, but like, because that's not exactly what it is. It's just fun. It's just more fun and like lighthearted. It's not too deep on a bunch of stuff. Oh, whoa. Not the midge. Yo, check him out, y'all. Hey, you see I played on Mid-Journey, nigga? Check him out, y'all. Hey, man. Wait a minute. You gotta go. You wanna go live? I wanna see some shit. I need some Mid-Journey inspiration. I ain't gonna lie, cause I do need to generate some more stuff. But I've been procrastinating hopping on Mid-Journey lately. I don't think this week. No. I know for a fact I haven't been on Mid-Journey this week. I'm trying to think that I even like generated an image last week. Maybe I think I did like a describe image, because sometimes I'll come across like cool ass images on Pinterest and I'll just throw it in Mid-Journey and be like, yo, describe this to me, just to see what it'll give me back. I think I did that maybe like once or twice last week, but I really didn't like build a prompt or re-roll any of the prompts I have saved or any of my seeds or anything. Yo, Candace, how's it going? Getting good references is definitely one of the key points in there. Especially if you're building a prompt and then you still have a visual reference, and there's so many different ways to like really make it your own. I love doing it. I love that. So I'll throw in an image, tell Mid-Journey to describe it to me, so that way it builds a prompt, and then I'll take that image and use that as a prompt seed for my own prompt. And then once I get that image, you can do variation, or you can do a very region. And then once you do that a couple of times, like you definitely have something that is very original and very unique, and that you will not find anywhere else, unless you're trying to, push a similar style or something like that. And the style features, I'm starting to utilize that more, because that works excellent now. Also, just a very region works now. And the panning option, oh man. Like last year when you try to pan, it wouldn't, I don't know, it just made shit look weird trying to pan up and down, left, right. But now the panning works hella good. Like, and so I've just been really meaning to get back on there and I just haven't. We're listening to Mark Raibert. He's the founder of Boston Dynamics, and most people call him the grandfather of robotics. I gotta have a snack, so I got these little mini muffins. I think I'll munch on these little bites. Well, I'll munch on some little bites. Yeah, now you got me, let me see.
But still hydraulic actuation.
Yeah.
Larry sort of asked us, could you make something that weighed 60 pounds that would not be so intimidating if you had it in a house where there were people? And that was the inspiration behind the Spot, pretty much as it exists today. We did a prototype the same size. That was the first all-electric, non-hydraulic robot.
What was the conversation on Larry Page like about? So here's a guy that kind of is very product focused and that can see a vision for like what the future holds. That's just interesting kind of aside. What was the brainstorm about the future of robotics with him like?
I mean, it was almost as simple as what I just said. We were having
Make it
a
smaller?
meeting. He said, "Yeah, geez, do you think you could make a smaller one that wouldn't be so intimidating? Well, like a big dog.
Yeah.
If it was in your house." And I said, "Yeah, we could do that." And we started and did.
Is there a lot of technical challenges to go from hydraulic to electric?
I had been in love with hydraulics and still love hydraulics. It's a great technology. It's too bad that somehow the world out there looks at it like it's old-fashioned or that it's and it's true that it is very hard to keep it from having some amount of dripping from time to time. But if you look at the performance, how strong you can get in a lightweight package. And of course, we did a huge amount of innovation. Most of hydraulic control, that is the valve that controls the flow of oil, had been designed in the 50s for airplanes. It had been made robust enough, safe enough that you could count on it so that humans could fly in airplanes. And very little innovation had happened.
Yo,
that might not
Mid-Journey
be
is
fair to
fucking
people who
crazy,
make the
yo.
valves. I'm sure that they
Yo, I
innovate.
swear, bro.
But the basic design
Mid-Journey
stayed
is so
the same.
fucking
And there was
wild
so
now.
much more you could do. And so our engineers designed valves, the ones that are in Atlas, for instance, that had new kinds of circuits. They sort of did some of the computing that could get you much more efficient use. They were much smaller and lighter, so that the whole robot could be smaller and lighter. We made a hydraulic power supply that had a bunch of components integrated in this tiny package. It's about this big, the size of a football. It weighs 5 kilograms, and it produces 5 kilowatts of power. Of course, it has to have a battery operating, but it's got a motor, a pump, filters, heat exchanger to keep it cool, some valves, all in this tiny little package. So,
Yeah, I think Mid-Journey is an awesome ass tool. That shit works so well. And it just keeps getting better. Like, just keep adding more shit to it. And so for what I pay for it, I don't think you can beat that. It's $100 a year. Well, they say $99 a year. You just might as well just charge me $100, bro. That's what you're just saying. It's $100 a year. Jeez. Bro, I don't think that's a bad deal for what the fuck that thing can do. I mean, that's how I got all the pyramid reference that That last pyramid I painted, I generated that shit on Midjourney. Had to go grab an orange, something. No, that little shit wasn't nothing. I think I need to go grab me an apple or something, my damn self. Cause, jeez, these early mornings, man. You know what I'm saying? These early mornings. Alright, it's gonna be something like this, I guess. Put in there. If I bring this up some, a little bit. I might actually have to use like black right there. Don't normally use black a lot, but that needs to be darker than the blue that I'm using. So it looks like something. But then again, it's just this, it's so blurred out. I mean, you can tell it's supposed to be something or somebody, but not really. You're supposed to look at the guy. Let's see. I might slap some black on there. Yeah. For contrast purposes. Alright, a little more blue here. Okay. And then actually, like down here is, you can see a flesh color, or a flesh tone. So I guess his hand is like here somewhere. I'm gonna smoosh that around real quick. I'm gonna smoosh there. We're gonna come back to the lighter blue here down to that. Okay, so now we want gray here. This is gonna be a lot of gray. I still want to use this blue brush that I'm using. I don't care, I'm not cleaning it out, so let's some black, some white. It's black and white. Is that too light? I think that may be too light. I'm gonna add a little bit more black back to that. Just add a little more black in there. I'm using lamp black and a little bit of titanium white. So what we're going to do here is blend these colors together. Let's do a color check here. I think that's going to work. So now we want to place a little stroke here so we can start seeing the contrast of the camera. Once again, this is very bokehized in the background. The camera was probably on a f-stop 8 or 9, so that we have this really exploded burst of color and this very crisp foreground. So we still want to keep these lines very soft, very neutral back here, so that we don't take the viewer too far in the distance. We want them to stay in the foreground right here with us in this softball player with all the action going on here. So a few more strokes of this gray, maybe here. We're gonna add just a little bit here and here. So now we can kind of see some shape coming into form of a thing. What does it look like? It could be a camera guy actually recording the event. I'm really thinking that's what it is. So let's buff some of this out a little bit. Oh yeah. Now, jeez, there's actually green in there. Damn it, man. I don't have any green. I do have some green on my palette. Check that out. Nigga, papaya. And snap a little. Gonna slap a little color in here. Any chance you get to throw some color in, always throw some color in. No matter how little it is, it makes a big difference. Just adding color wherever color can go. So even here we see a little green like this. We have a little right here. Okay. Then I can probably use this flesh color because there's something kind of like here. Right. Now I want to buff some of this in.
Hydraulics, could still have a ways to go.
One of the things that stands out about the robots Boston Dynamics have created is how beautiful the movement is, how natural the walking is, and running is, even flipping is, throwing is. So maybe you can talk about what's involved in making it look natural.
Well, I think having good hardware is part of the story, and people who think you don't need to innovate hardware anymore are wrong, in my opinion. So I think one of the things, certainly in the early years for me, taking a dynamic approach where you think about what's the evolution of the motion of the thing going to be in the future, and having a prediction of that that's used at the time that you're giving signals to it, as opposed to it all being servoing, which is servoing is sort of backward looking. It says, okay, where am I now? I'm gonna try and adjust for that. But you really need to think about what's coming.
So how far ahead do you have to look in time?
It's interesting. I think that the number is only a couple of seconds for spot. So there's a limited horizon type approach where you're recalculating, assuming what's going to happen in the next second or second and a half. And then you keep iterating, at the next, even though a tenth of a second later, you'll say, okay, let's do that again and see what's happening. And you're looking at what the obstacles are, where the feet are going to be placed, how to, you have to coordinate a lot of things if you have obstacles and you're balancing at the same time. And it's that limited horizon type calculation that's doing a lot of that. But if you're doing something like a somersault, you're looking out a lot further, right? If you want to stick the landing, you have to get you have to, at the time of launch, have momentum and rotation, all those things coordinated so that a landing is within reach.
How hard is it to stick a landing? I mean, that's
probably way harder than we can fucking imagine. That shit looks crazy as hell when it does those flips.
In the air, you don't have as much control about anything. So how hard is it to get that to work? You first of all did flips with a hopping robot.
If you look at the first time we ever made a robot do a somersault, it was in a planar robot. It had a boom, so it was restricted to the surface of a sphere. We call that planar. So it could move fore and aft, it could go up and down, and it could rotate. And so the calculation of what you need to do to stick a landing isn't all that complicated. You have to look at, you have to get time to make the rotation. So how hard you jump, how high you jump gives you time. You look at how quickly you can rotate. And so, if you get those two right, then when you land, you have the feet in the right place. And you have to get rid of all that rotational and linear momentum. But, that's not too hard to figure out. And we made, back in about 1985 or 6, I can't remember, we had a simple robot doing somersaults. To do it in 3D, really the calculation is the same. You just have to be balancing in the other degrees of freedom. If you're just doing a somersault, it's just a planar thing. Ron Robb was my graduate student and we were at MIT, which is when we made, a two-legged robot do a 3D somersault for the first time. In order to get enough rotation rate, you need to do tucking also. We draw the legs in order to accelerate it. And he did some really fascinating work on how you stabilize more complicated maneuvers. Remember, he was a gymnast, a champion gymnast before he'd come to me. So he had the physical abilities, and he was an engineer, so he could translate some of that into the math and the algorithms that you need to do that.
He knew how humans do it. You just had to get robots to do the same.
Unfortunately, though, humans don't really know how they do it.
Yeah.
Right? We We're coached. We have ways of learning, but do we really understand in a physics
No,
way?
we don't know
what
how
we're
to
doing.
fucking how you catch a ball. I don't know. I just catch it. I don't know how that shit works, but I see it coming at me with my vision. My mind tells me to time my hand and my fingers and the movement to fucking catch a ball. But it's so many complex, very nuanced movements all at one time. Like your neurons are firing like millions of times a second to fucking make this super complicated mathematical calculation to catch a spherical object that's hurling at your face at however many miles an hour. Even if it's just 9 miles an hour, somebody just lobs a ball at your head. Especially if you don't see it coming. Somebody says, hey, watch out, and you just see something coming and you have to dodge it or catch it or block yourself. Like, and to get a robot to respond like that, like, once again, what they're doing with these fucking Atlas shits where it can jump and toss a uneven weighted object all at the same time. But you notice they still haven't shown it catching anything yet. I think shit like that is super complex to just randomly catch any size object that's hurling through space. You know, it's not rolling on the floor or rolling down a hill. And no, it's flying through the fucking air. But at the same time, is that a function that is necessary? And once again, if you put a gun on it, does it really need to catch anything? Like when you fall to the ground, it can just drag your body somewhere. It doesn't have to catch anything, really. All right, let's see. All right. So maybe if I pull this part down, then we can get back to painting his jersey. No. Well, actually, since I'm right here, gonna need some gray in there too. Let's see if we can just do this. It's gonna be like gray here, a little gray here, some gray here. Then it kind of goes like this. Lighter gray, not that I don't think it need to be that dark. A little bit lighter here, like that. A little darker here, and a lot darker underneath, right underneath his arm. Probably even a shade darker, right there. All right. And that's why you should always do the background first, so you're not coming back like fucking trying to be so tedious around the finished part up front. I don't know what the hell I was thinking. So anxious to paint a face. So anxious to paint a face, nigga. You should have waited, nigga, to get the background done first, bruh. Now look at you, bruh. You're struggling. You're double back. Don't touch his arm. Alright. I'm gonna do it like that. I'm gonna smush this shit here. And I need to buff out a lot of that. Where's the buffer? I could probably use this. Buff this out a little bit. That seems kind of wet. Is that brush wet? Wet? There we go. Yo, Dora, what's good? I'm going hard in the paint. My bad. I don't know why I didn't check those comments just now. How you doing this morning? How you doing? All right, a little more here. My bad, guys. I be getting in the zone sometimes. Yeah, hell yeah. Pop in. Come on. What's good? Don't keep me cutting, y'all. I be here for some more minutes. Be here for all the minutes. Let me see. My stream started. Oh wow. Yo, Andrew, newbie, they are doing it to make life much better and much easier for humans. Sorry I missed your comments earlier. For YouTube, damn, I'm not keeping up with YouTube. But my YouTube counter says I've been in here for 2.5 hours. I think Instagram gives us a 4-hour stream, so this stream would go a little bit longer. And when it ends, I'll definitely boot it back up. Cause
Good morning. How are you?
yo, good morning. Yeah, I'm definitely trying to get some of this commission work done this morning.
Okay.
Definitely.
I see the paint's coming along.
Oh.
Looks very beautiful.
Thank you.
I see you at the last minute go in with the background. That's every artist's problem.
I swear, yo. I don't know why I just didn't paint this shit first. I'm sitting up here kicking myself now. Because I don't want to touch too much of the skin on everything I already completed.
If anything, if this helps, I don't know, because I've seen a lot of artists do this before they start painting. They use masking tape or artist tape to cover up the main pieces of what they're trying to go over for the background, if anything, if that ever helps. But the problem is that, I was thinking about doing that with my last painting that I did with the, I think it was the lady with the 7 balls dripping and whatnot. I was thinking about that. I'm like, I should start with the background. But the problem with that is that you don't know what you want to do when it comes to the background, especially if you're trying to make the painting pop with the main piece. And I'm like, hey, man. So that's the reason why sometimes I sit up here at this canvas. Like, I have the outline. I'm just trying to figure out, should I go in with the background or should I do the skin tone and all that stuff first? So, to figure out how I'm going to go about making this painting pop. Because I feel like maybe if I do the toning, the skin, and everything with the body first, then I could just, color coordinate or try to find some references to make it pop.
Yeah. Yeah, it's always better to try to figure out a plan of attack before you just hop on to, like, painting some shit. Once again, I still be messing my shit up.
It's a bitch when you gotta go back into the background since you finished the skin tone, but it depends on what you're going for.
I don't know, and I use tape sometimes, but it's just too tedious for me to tape it up and then peel the tape. Like, I don't be having time for that shit. I just try to paint around it.
But if you're into the song, it wouldn't bother.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like I felt the same way, but at the same time, like, I'm still learning as I go with the painting and whatnot. So
No.
I feel like I need to buy some more tape. Because I just
Fuck.
recently just bought some masking, well, artist tape as they call it. And it's some X-Acto knife blades.
Oh yeah.
So I'm going to test it out on a small canvas before I try to put it on a big canvas. Because I don't want to mess it up. Just to see how far along I'll go with it.
Facts. But no, on my last that last painting I did of the pyramid, I had to tape off some of that just because I wanted some of the lines to stay like super straight. Especially like the main lines for the pyramid, I wanted them to be like really sharp and crisp. So that's why I definitely had to use masking tape.
You just gave me a good idea for the next time if I do some art paintings to use some tape to deal with straight lines.
Mm-hmm.
Because I always have a hard problem trying to make sure everything lines up perfectly on a canvas
Mm-hmm.
or basically on a piece of paper, if anything. That also helps too, but it depends on the paper you use with the tape. So,
Yeah. No, yeah, when I need to make a super straight line, which normally I don't really care about straight lines. That's why I love painting portraits of people because people don't have straight lines in their face. But if I got to do like a building or some kind of structure like that, I'll definitely pull out some tape if I feel like the line needs to be super straight. Because sometimes you can just kind of, if you just freehand a straight line and it's not absolutely perfectly straight, people like the human eye it's hard to detect that. You know, if it looks straight enough, we'll just assume that it's a straight line when it's not perfectly straight.
your audio's going in and out.
I don't know why my phone does that sometimes.
Man, I gotta tell you what happened on my date yesterday.
Uh-oh.
Huh?
What happened?
Oh my god, it was fun, but we went to the movies because we was trying to go see Migration. We was trying to go see Metal Web and Aquaman. Oh my god, I've never been so embarrassed. I fell asleep through 2 movies
Oh my damn. Well,
because the first movie was Metal Web, and I really wanted to see it, but mind you, um, I think I got on the line with you the other day telling you that I didn't, really get no sleep, and I have to go to work that same day.
yeah.
That's what happened. And then it didn't make it no better because, like, normally when you go to a movie, you're supposed to eat after you go to the movie because once you eat and you sit in there for a good, like, hour or two, you're going to get the itis and you're going to go to sleep. And that's practically what happened. So we went out for tacos before we went to the movie. I'm like, God damn it. And then I forgot to take my vitamins, which gives me a little more energy and a little boost to stay awake. Because I was so much in a hurry because I didn't get off of work until 11. No, till 10. And I was pissed. I'm like, God damn it, I'm supposed to get off at 8. So, mind you, I didn't get no sleep. Only probably slept for 45 minutes.
Oh hell no.
Because what happened was that I was supposed. Remember, I was telling you I was supposed to watch. I didn't go watching until like 4 or 5 p.m. Didn't get home until 9, and then I took a shower, and I'm like, man, I only got 45 minutes. Then I gotta go to work. I managed to get my work done, but I was so mad because my manager said, "Oh, you gotta do the cake orders." I'm like, fuck, I'm not gonna get this done on time, and I'm not gonna get off on time, and I knew this. So it's because we were short-handed and it's the weekend. So I'm like, why would you put me on orders? At least can you lessen up the cake orders? But she had no choice because today, like Sunday, I'm off. And there's only one cake decorator at work. So she was just trying to make it easy for the next cake decorator. I'm like, it didn't make it easy for me when I have to, got stuff to do. But granted, my boyfriend wasn't mad. He understood. And he just found it very funny that the fact that I slept through 2 movies in 4 hours.
You know, why y'all try to watch 2 movies back to back? That's a lot. That's a long time to be in the movie theater.
I mean, it's just that the fact that he just wanted to, have. I think he didn't have
Man, screw that. Y'all could have just went back to his crib and hung out and chilled. You could have slept at his house instead of paying extra money for. Yeah.
But he lives with his mom, so.
Oh damn.
But I mean, he was fun to be with. If anything, he didn't pay no mind. He wasn't upset or anything. It's like I said, he find it hilarious at the fact that he knew I was gonna go to sleep for 2 movies in a row.
Damn. That is wild.
But like I said, I'm so sorry. I'm supposed to be up with you watching these movies. He said it is fun, it is cool, you're okay, and I understand you're tired and work. If anything, so we exchanged gifts, right? So I bought him what he was into. He likes D&D, Dungeons and Dragons, and he likes pirates. So I bought him some gifts that's related to what he likes. And let me tell you, he was so happy. It's just that the fact that he was just trying to play it cool and whatnot. And I'm like, such a boy. But I wanted him to feel that way. I wanted him to feel special. So he said, you didn't have to give me these gifts. I'm like, I know. But that's just me. I'm a really thoughtful person when it comes to, people I care about. So
Yeah. That's what's up. Sound like I had a good time.
yeah. So we got back to his mom's and things almost sort of happened, and I'm like, no, we can't do this right now. Maybe in private, but not right now. We're at your mom's. No.
Well, how old is he?
He's 32, and I'm 33.
And he still lives with his mom?
Well, I don't know his circumstances, and we only been together for a month and a couple of. I feel like I didn't want to question why he's with his mom at the moment because I feel like it's not the right time.
That's the right time is the right time is as soon as you meet a motherfucker. So, where you work? Where you live? Who do you live with? You live with your mom? Really? Why do you live with your mom? Oh, okay. So are you taking care of your mom, or you just dependent?
You're the second person that talked to me about this yesterday because my other best friend, she was telling me the same thing.
That comes up. That's supposed to come up early.
Trust me, when I got to know him in the beginning, before we made it official, it got to the point where I asked him those questions. I didn't ask him the questions how you and my best friend was asking me about why you live with your mom and this and that. I did ask him, so did you live alone or you live with somebody? Because at first he started saying he lived with a roommate, and then it got to the point where he told me he lived with his mom. So I realized that the fact he's basically slow to things, and I didn't want to pry too much into it. And I understand what you and my best friend is basically talking about because things of that nature, if we're gonna go far with this for our future and whatnot, want to know what I'm getting myself into. Trust me,
Exactly.
I know it's just that the fact that I didn't want to pry too early into it, but I'm slowly working my way into asking questions like that. I'm just trying to get him more comfortable to feel like he can trust me if anything because sometimes giving that information out too early can leave a person open in a sense, and I don't want to give him the wrong impression or having him think of the wrong impression of me. I'm just trying to slowly work my way into it.
Well, that's what's up.
Yeah,
Cause
it's just that the fact when I was trying to tell my best friend this yesterday, and I understand she was trying to look out for me and whatnot, but it's just that the fact when you're dating somebody and you're trying to give that type of advice, I feel, and I understand that's just a little insight, but I already knew this. It's just that the fact as a person when you're trying to get into knowing someone, and while dating, you have to take the time out to understand the person's surroundings and their background before you can just go in with the questions because you don't know if it could be offensive or you don't know if the person could take offense to it like that because if you don't give a disclaimer in a sense why I'm asking these questions. And I don't want to make him feel uncomfortable.
yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, I understand at the end of the day, a guy is a guy, man is a man. We're all adults, but at the same time, it's all about being respectful.
Yeah. Well, I say that because most women your age wouldn't necessarily date a man who still lives home with his mom. But like you say, there may be extenuating circumstances where, his mom's health may not be the greatest and he lives there to help take care of her. Or, maybe he's in between apartments or something right now, or in between jobs or something right now. But at the same time, like most women would say, "Oh, nigga, you ain't got your own shit. Well, I ain't gonna fuck with you." You know what I'm saying? "Oh, you ain't got no car. Well, I ain't gonna fuck with you." Or some shit like that. So it's pretty cool that you know his situation and you're still like willing to try to make the relationship work and figure out exactly like where he's at and what his plans are and how can you make things work together.
Yeah, and if anything, Travis, if I've learned from, from most people's conversations and their experience in the past with their other relationships, it's just that the fact that it's not enough communication. It's not enough time to have patience to understand one another because most people that wants to be in a relationship has expectations. Like you just called out just now about making sure you have a car, making sure you have your own place, your financials is up and whatnot, which is understandable and that's key. But at the same time, like when it comes down to that, you don't never want to knock out something that is good and potential because you have to build towards it, and that's the problem. And that's the problem with people in my generation right now, or that's under me because like especially the people that's under me like they really looking for that security, which is understandable. But my thing is that like some people some people question it's both men and females that oh so um are you in for it for me or are you in for it for the money? Those two types of things that most majority, especially and sadly, I would say how most women are looking for men like that. And it should never be like that. If the
Hmm.
man is working towards something, if the man has a good job, if the man, doing his best, all that prior will come too. Because like I feel like if I question like what are we gonna be in the future, and if he don't know, but I have the expectations of, visualizing what I want and where I want to be in life, which is not a problem. But for most people, it can be a little slow pace. And it takes time for that person to build up on that. And you can't rush that either.
Hmm.
So it goes both ways on both male and female. Because, like, you just want to make sure you do things right. Because everybody's pace is so totally different.
Facts. Facts. Oh, that's what's up.
Because And as I told people so far when I've been with this guy for a month and a couple of weeks, it got to the point where I had to sit there and really think for myself that the only thing, a few things, but the most important thing that I need to work on is patience. Because I do tend to rush a lot. Because I have expectations and I know what I want for the future, but it's just that the fact that I can't rush that person because he's just want to make sure he does things right. That way, can't be too sure of. So,
Yeah. Facts. Road, what's up? Lad 279. I don't know who that is.
but yeah, communication is important. Being patient is important, and I understand that time plays a huge part, especially for a person of my age, in my age group. So it's understandable that most people will question, what you and my best friend was asking. And I came across a few videos where people that's in, especially women, that's either in their like late 30s or early 40s, having a hard time trying to find someone to be with. And I feel like it's not because some people can't find nobody. It's just that the fact that maybe there's some things that you have to work on before that right person comes along, because you got to do a lot of great things in order to attract something that could be intriguing to that person to, make you want to be with them.
Mm-hmm.
And it gets to a point when both men and women question, what can you bring to the table? Um, we already know it's financials. That's the number one thing, of course. But it gotta be a little more than that. Because I feel like, to me, financials is one of them. But you also want to bring, like, intellect, um, information that can help benefit the both, you know, you and your other partner. Like, to make the relationship stay strong and hold, keep it going. People said that there's no such thing as a soulmate.
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
Hmm?
I don't think there is a such thing as a soulmate.
Well, it depends on the person. Some people have different definitions on what is a soulmate. And that's a rare sight. Like, why do you believe that you feel like there's no such thing as a soulmate?
Cause every relationship takes work. You gotta work at that shit. The fantasy concept of a soulmate is that you're just perfect for each other and everything will always be harmonious and you just live happily ever after. Like I don't think that ever exists. Like you, no matter who you're with and how in love you are with one another, a relationship still takes a lot of fucking work, a lot of fucking compromise, a lot of emotional intelligence, and a lot of fucking patience. And I don't think you can just find like this super perfect soulmate for you that will like everything could just be so easy in your relationship.
Hmm. Yeah, it does take time because, like, if you're dedicated to put in the effort to to start a relationship, it isn't else, and that can be very frustrating. And then the next biggest challenge is marriage. That's one of the things. Now, do I want marriage? I don't want to say yes right away off the bat, because it's like you said, that's like heart of the soulmate type of thing. And yes, do I want to get married? Yes, I do. But at the same time, I want to understand fully what I'm getting myself into when it comes to giving myself away one to that one person in particular.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, to become married is to become one. So, and that's what most people go wrong at, especially, I hate to say it, women, and I hate to put us on the spot, because they just dream of the best event that happened once in their lifetime, but they don't ever think about what is the outcome after marriage. Like, what are you gonna do from there? Like, after the big party of celebrating, you know, your vows and all that stuff. It's just that the fact that a lot of people have to take the time out to actually really think about that, because marriage is a big, huge responsibility.
I do not believe in marriage. I don't think I'll ever be married. I don't want to get married.
I mean, at first I didn't understand it either, but I mean, I seen like the only person so far that I know that has been married that's in my family is my aunt. And I think she's been married for almost 20, going on 30 years now. And, oh boy, she be having a hard time with her marriage, but she's a strong woman and she's still with this man, so.
Yeah. I think marriage is a government contract, and I'm not going to sign a government contract to be in a relationship with anybody.
That's true. That's just like another way of just making money.
That's all it
And the
is.
government is just in the midst of it because they want the cut too.
Exactly. Now you got to go pay
I
for a
mean,
marriage certificate and a marriage license, and then, like you say, then the women want this whole grandiose showcase of this procession of a wedding just for one day and spend, their life savings on that shit, and then wind up getting divorced in 4 or 5 years or some crazy ass shit. Like, no, I'm good on
yeah,
that.
it's just crazy that the fact that that's the reason why I say it's it's so difficult. That's why I say communication is so important when you start off trying to be with somebody. Like, it's all fine and dandy, all roses and sunshine in the beginning when you know, may being boyfriend and girlfriend, but after that, like, this man proposed to you thinking that you're gonna be, his one and only and everything.
Mm-mm.
And then it gets to the point that the woman just like, oh, I just want security. I'm like, what? What did I marry you for? Like, it's sad in this generation that most women are like that, and I see so many countless videos on Instagram, and I just be checking, and then they be making podcasts about it. And I'm like, this is sad. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
it's needed to be talked about, but it's sad that the fact that we got podcasts where men wants a submissive woman, wants a traditional woman, and then you got podcasts where women be having, oh, I want a man that can take care of me, provide for me, give me security. I'm like, these are the prime examples where, and granted, it sucks and it says that the fact that portraying on what a woman and a man want from both parties. And the sad part, enough podcast that talks about family values, what it takes to be a family and what it takes to be, a strong woman and a man within a strong relationship. I haven't never on my IG account seen any of those podcasts, but I just seen man versus women, what the man want, what the woman want. And I'm like, what? Basically, and I'm gonna put it out there like this. It's sad that the fact that we don't have a two-parent household. Bad enough, especially in the black community. Sadly, I was in one of those. But I understand that it's important to have a mother and a father because they play big roles within a child's life. Because, like, if you don't have a father figure and you end up having a daughter, right? It gets to the point where, like, a father will show, compassion, love, and show their daughters how they should be treated as they become a woman of age, and that way they can know when they get out there in this world, they can seek out what type of man that they want. And the same thing, the same thing applies to a mother with a son. That the fact that you want to expect how, what type of you want, that you want to be your wife. It really sucks that the fact that we have more single parents than, so that's, it's not being talked about enough. And this is most of the reason why most people are broken in a sense of being, not knowing where to go or knowing what they want. Like, for me, for example, I was unable to have both my parents in my life at one point, but that stopped ill. So, um, I had to thrive off of learning from people to look up to, which is either friends, family, or my other relatives, for, guidance. And that pretty much wasn't helpful at all because, like, they don't take, the thing is, if I learn, if you have a child of your own, you want to show them the things that you know from experience, because anybody else that's like an auntie or uncle or one of your best friends families, they can't take the time out to actually teach you things. I mean, they can, to a certain extent, but it wouldn't be the same if it was your mom, your biological mother and father that can actually take the time out and bond with you. That's the thing. I didn't have that. So it got to the point where I'm just aimlessly just walking, you know, my own path, just trying to find my way and figure things out on my own. It was rough, but I mean, I'm happy that I met people along the way that give me some of that guidance that gives me a good idea of, things that I want for myself personally and, relationship wise, which is good. So, yep. Hello, Mike. So, yeah, um, man, that paper looks so awesome. Travis, have you ever painted any like Marvel or DC characters?
No, never was a big fan of those comics. I The first comic book character that I really liked was Spawn, and so
Spawn?
yeah, so early on I had some Spawn comics and some other stuff from Image Comics, but like the Batmans and Supermans and Spider-Mans, I never really got into any of that shit.
I think if you were to do one of those superhero, like I could see you do a Batman or a Superman, and that shit looks dope. Especially with the painting style that you got going on.
You I don't know. If somebody were to commission me to do something, I'll definitely hop on that shit. I'll definitely hop on.
And I think you'll have even more fun with it too, because I know that you are you a DC fan or you're a Marvel fan?
Neither one.
What?
No. It's hard for me to even tell the difference of like which characters are on which side. Like who is DC and who is Marvel. I don't even really know that shit.
I feel like Marvel is good. Wait a minute. Yeah, Marvel is good so far because, like, I don't know. I can't rock. I'm not a fan of when it comes to like superhero comics and whatnot, but I am very intrigued of the backstory of each character, especially how they play it out in the movies, if anything.
Yeah. Mm. I used to do like video game characters and stuff, but my mentor told me to never copy anybody's work. You know, unless it's for practice and you're trying to practice somebody's style or a technique, never copy anybody else's work. So I don't draw or paint any of those characters because they're not my characters. I didn't come up with that shit. It's not my original idea. So with my art, I just try to push as many of my own ideas, my own thoughts, my own imagination, and I really stay away from anything that's not mine's.
Yeah, I know because like trust me, as much as I be on IG, it's a lot of people that's into anime and they be drawing these anime characters, and I'm like, when are you guys gonna originate your own art style?
Exactly.
Like you are a great artist, but when are you gonna originate your own art style? Like for me, I like anime. I like the anime style, but I will try to draw, the anime that I admire or that I watch because like that's somebody else's stuff. Like I'm here to make my own art
Mm-hmm.
because I feel like it's like when people draw anime or anything like you said that's already been out, I feel like that's taken away from the artist's profit itself that created this. Which is okay. I'm not saying it's okay, but it's just that the fact that like you gotta respect that because they give you influence. Like you can like. So here's my question. So a artist can be influenced by what they see and what they like, and they can copy it. But does it still count if they do it in their own art style, even though it's already originated from the main artist itself?
Not really. So if you take Homer Simpson and you do Homer Simpson in an anime style, or if you do Homer Simpson in watercolors, or if you do Homer Simpson in a surrealist style or a photorealistic style where he looks like a real person, it's still Homer Simpson. And that's not your character. You didn't create that thing. Even if you did turn it into a different style or your own unique style, it's still not yours. It's a rendition. You're creating your rendition of someone else's work.
That's good.
You know? And I like shit like that because I follow this one Mid Journey page, and there's this one thing where it was all like, I guess it was DC or Marvel. It was like Batman, but it was like in ancient Japan, and he had like samurai swords and kimonos and shit, and it looked fucking dope as hell. So that was someone else's rendition of Batman. What would Batman look like if he lived in feudal Japan? And like I say, it was badass. But Batman, Batman's not his original character. Batman's been around for fucking 60 years. So just you can always take uh material, and once again use it to come up with new ideas or to explore different concepts using that material. But it's always good to come up with your own shit too. So like when I wanted to do a t-shirt line, I don't think that my paintings will look good on the t-shirt. I think they're too complicated, they're too complex, there's too many colors in it, and it'll be really expensive to make shirts like that. So I created an original character of an octopus, just so I can use that to put on t-shirts. And I could have took somebody else's character and like made it my own, or made a black Dragon Ball Z character or anything like that. But I just decided to create my own cartoon character and use that to put on t-shirts for merchandise. So like I say, using somebody else's stuff and practicing and trying to emulate other people's styles, or using other characters and making it your own in your own style, all of that is cool. But you should still always try to come up with as much original content and as much original materials as you can.
I would say, like, for me, how long did it take for me to find my original art style? I'm gonna say about like a couple of months within a year. I mean, I did want to draw it in a cartoon/anime style. The only difference was for me to change up the eyes and probably the nose and the mouth, if anything. Some people believe that what makes, your own original art piece, your own, is either the lines, the facial features, and the body type.
Yeah.
And it's so many different, like, outlines, body types, and facial features out there. It's just like I'm still looking for, like, how Frankie said that he's gonna find his original art style. And I mean, he's good at painting. He's good at drawing. I would like to see what his art style would be.
Yeah. Nah, Frankie's a dope ass artist. I want to see a series of paintings from Frankie where it's the same concept over the course of several canvases. And I think that any good artist should have a series of paintings and not just always make like one-off paintings like, oh, I made this painting, but they're not connected in any kind of way. Like, you have to find a way to make your art connect with one another over the course of 3, 4, 5 paintings, so you can have a series, so that when you do go show somewhere, the title of your show really encompasses like what you're trying to show. And so that's why I try to tell a lot of artists, don't make a bunch of one-off paintings that stand by themselves. You should definitely try to make a series of paintings, and then from there, like, because with one-off paintings, you're always trying to come up with the idea for the next painting. Well, what's the idea for this? What's the idea for that? Like, no, you can use the same idea over and over and over and over, and just use different imagery with the same idea or the same concept, pushing all the different images. Like, I really want to see Frankie put together like a really good series of paintings.
And I know he's gonna be good for that.
Yeah, I know he is. That's what Sketch, my man Sketch, he's working on a series now with these beautiful African women with headdresses and scarves. Like, I can't wait to see how his shit turn out.
I mean, I think I got me a series, especially with the women that I be painting. It's just, I be all over the place, because I could probably have about like 2 or 3 series, and I probably don't even realize it unless somebody call it out.
No, I don't know, the way that I move with my art now is like, I think about 5 paintings at once before I even get started, and how can I like tell a story with the art, and can I use it to actually like visualize. Like they say, a picture's worth 1,000 words, and so if I can get enough images to tell this story, it's just like reading a little book. And so I try to think about like several different images all at once before I start a new painting. And like with the series with the giants that I'm working on, that's why when I got started with that, I just put 3 images on canvas already, because I already know like all of this is a part of this story. The giant, the pyramids, the girl in the science lab, the destruction of the planet, the flood zones. And so I have all these imageries ready for this, to tell this story in this one series. So I say, if more artists like just like really try to push their concepts hard and come up with like really big expansive series, like that's what like galleries and collectors are really interested in, stuff like that.
I think, I don't know if he's asking me or you, but he was saying, do you got any Black History paintings
Dub and nub. What the hell? What the hell does that even mean, bro? Come on, man. Do you have Black History paintings? Fuck is that, man? What is a Black History painting? I'm trying to figure that one out now. What's that? What's a Black History painting? You mean I gotta have a painting of Black Moses or something, or I gotta have a painting of like the Underground Railroad or something like that?
Yeah.
What's
Elaborate what's her question.
yeah? What's a Black History?
Like, are you talking about like Martin Luther King, Harriet Tubman? Like, you got to be a little bit more specific of what you're asking, because that's a whole category of what you're asking.
Yeah. What is a Black History painting? I mean, cause is Black History Month. That's why I asked. I understand. Okay, look, I understand what you're trying to get at. I'm really just fucking with you because I know what you mean, but I'm trying to see if you know what you mean. Cause
Like, what are you?
I only
Like, are we like doing any type of particular art on a person like Martin Luther King, Malcolm X?
nah. See, this is the thing, bro.
With that question.
This is
That's the whole category of it.
nah. I'm Black every day of the year. My art is Black every day of the year. I don't make art specifically for Black History Month. Like I say, I celebrate my Blackness every day. And every piece of art that I make, I celebrate my Blackness in it. So I don't wait just for 1 month to try to do like some kind of Black art type stuff.
Yeah.
Nah, so my art is Black 365. I don't make art specifically for Black History Month, and I don't think that I have Black History art. I have art that is filled with Black people.
You know what, Travis? It's kind of sad that the fact that these, what they call it, start with a P. Polygamy? No, not polygamy. I probably said it right. Did I say it? Polygamy?
I don't know.
Help me out here. Basically, what I'm trying to get at is that the fact that most people are kind of brainwashed when it comes to these. I think it is called polygamy holidays.
Uh,
These
pa-
holidays that happen.
pagan,
Huh?
pagan.
Yes, pagan.
Yeah. No, I don't celebrate holidays. I don't even celebrate Black History Month because it's stupid. Once again, I'm Black every day of the year. I'm not. I'm just saying because people don't talk about it often.
Because people don't talk about them so often. Well, it shouldn't have to be 1 month out the whole year that we have to bring up our Black inventors. It should be an everyday, all day, every year thing. And I understand what you're saying. It's just that the fact that it's getting to the point where it slowly is eradicating the black history of everything. Like, a lot of people don't talk about it. Most people feel like, especially with the stage generation, feel as though that it's unimportant or it's not, being influenced into schools. That's why.
This book is written by Dr. Amos Nelson Wilson. It is titled Blueprint for Black Power, the Moral, Political, and Economic Imperative for the 21st Century. There's also The Falsification of African Consciousness, which was written by the same Dr. Amos Nelson Wilson. I'm not sure if this is the black kind of art that you're looking for, but I make stuff like that. Also make stuff like this. This book here is called Counteracting the Conspiracy to Destroy Black Boys, which was written by Jawanza Kunjufu. I don't know if you ever heard of Jawanza Kunjufu, but maybe you should look him up if you want to learn more about real black stuff for Black History Month. because a lot of people don't know this gentleman or know about the books that he's written or the lectures that he's given. So I'm not sure if this is what you're talking about, or Mafaro's Beautiful Daughters, which is an African tale. So got some pyramids here, got pyramids there. So if you're looking for some black art for Black History Month, maybe you can read Message to the Black Man. Also, you can read the Theology of Time, which are both written by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Ivan von Sertimer wrote They Came Before Columbus, and Horace Butler wrote When Rocks Cry Out. Also, we have Robert Greene, who's not a black guy, but 48 Laws of Power is still a really good book. So if you want some more black, something that's black for Black History Month, but you know, I didn't do these for Black History Month. Most of these paintings are 10 years old because I'm black every day, 365 days of the year, so I don't feel like I have to make art just for the Black History Month. More black people, more black people, more black people, more beautiful black people, everywhere you go, though. So if you're looking for black art and for Black History Month, I don't paint nothing but black people. All these magnificent looking black people everywhere. So I hope you got what you was asking for and a chance to see all this beautiful black art, even though it's February. I don't call it Black History Month. It's just February. Because I know my history. I paint my history every day. I read my history every day. I'm in tune with what the fuck is going on. So this is where you need to be right here. Read a little bit of Huey P. Newton. You can read The Black Knights, The Story of the Tuskegee Airmen, or you can read Racist America, the ISIS Papers, Malcolm X, Fortunes of Africa, the Book of Enoch. I mean, here's the new Jim Crow, Codex Alimentarius, and the Healthcare Freedom. What else we got here? The Destruction of Black Civilization, American Apartheid, The Sum of Us. So, yeah, Black history is everyday history. Black history is American history. So I don't do this shit just because it's February. I don't do this shit just because it's Black History Month. I do this shit because I do this shit. So no, well, that's why I put it in my art, because I feel the same way. I feel like a lot more people should know shit like this and have a better understanding of our culture and what we've added. And so I'm just working on a commissioned piece right now. This is not my art for myself. This is a paid project because I don't normally give a fuck about sports or sports athletes or any of this shit at all. I could care less about baseball. But when somebody wants to pay me some money to paint a picture of a baseball player, I'm all for it. I'm all for that. But other than that, if I wasn't getting paid to paint this, I wouldn't even be painting this shit right now. This is nothing that I normally work on. But it's looking good, and I'm having fun, and I think the person that this painting is going to will love it immensely. But I had to share some black art with you real quick.
I like that the fact you do got a series.
Oh yeah, I got several series. Got to work on, like I say, expanding the concept, making it big. And so my reader series has 18 paintings in it. Oh, my phone is about to die. Oh shit. Where's my charger? We're almost done with this stream. Anyway, we're at 3.5 hours, so there's probably maybe 30 more minutes left in this stream before Instagram closes it out anyway. So we got a little bit longer to go. And actually, real quick, I think I need to pause for a bathroom break. I'll be right back, guys. Alrighty. Aye. Man, I be drinking this big ass mug of coffee in the morning. Yo, this shit be having me with the piss. Mm. Mm. But it's so good though. I got some Dunkin' caramel coffee that I get from the store, and I got some Dunkin' caramel creamer. So my shit is just like so sweet and caramelly. All right, I want to do this one.
I've never had anything to drink from Dunkin' Donuts before other than just like juice or orange juice.
Yeah.
I've never had coffee from Dunkin' Donuts. Everybody always be saying that Dunkin' Donuts is better than Starbucks.
Yo, Dunkin' has a really big following, and I'm not. Yo, I just started drinking coffee last year. I've never been a big coffee fan or none of that shit ever. And my girlfriend, she's a big coffee drinker, and she got me drinking coffee, and I was like, you know what? Coffee's not too bad actually. I don't mind drinking coffee now.
Coffee is like the replacement of chocolate milk, but just gives you a little more energy.
Yeah. You just gotta find a good one that you like. Alright, so I need to add a white line right on the edge of this. Let me see if I can get this brush.
Man, Travis, I cannot wait till the day you build a canvas with the stuff that I was suggesting you.
Oh yeah.
I'm still waiting on it, man.
I don't know. I might have to. What did I just drop? What was that? Oh, I dropped some paint. How did I do that?
Because actually, I'm about to go on Amazon and order me some hinges and whatever it's called. Because I need that now. I
Yeah.
should go to. No, I don't want to go to Michael's today. I'll wait till after rent to go to Michael's. Make sure I pay my utilities first. That's the most important thing.
I know that's right. As soon as you go up in that hobby store, you start spending money like crazy.
What you say?
I said, I know you got to get them bills out the way first, because if you go up in that hobby store, that's how you be spending all that money real quick, because you just be wanting everything in that bitch.
Yeah.
Or at least I do. When I go in there, I be wanting every goddamn thing.
I swear, yes. It be like that. Like I said before, going to an art store is a replacement for me going clothes shopping.
It definitely is. It definitely is.
Because it can do something for me. Now, I mean, granted, clothes can too, but not as much as art supplies.
Facts.
Art supplies is basically another love language for me. Like, if it's food is my love language, art is my love language. Going shopping for art is my love language. I love it. Give me some art supplies. I'll be the happiest kid in a candy store. Like, oh my God, this is a cool pastel set. I love it. People be looking at you weird, but it's just pastel. I'm like, no, you don't understand.
Mm-hmm. Just the good pastels.
Man, if somebody really, like, there's a lot, like, I need to get back into doing watercolor with mixed media, because when I was in art college, man, I used to have fun with that, with watercolor, acrylic, and ink. I love working with that when I was in watercolor class. I loved it.
Yeah, watercolors are hard to work with.
It depends on what you're trying to do with it. That's the same.
Yeah.
I really want to try to do what Frankie was suggesting me to do. Like, I mean, I already have the idea with the supplies that I got to do, like, mixed media. But I want to do with Garland was doing, well, not with the corkscrews, but I think he used a little of the hot gun glue in some of his paintings. And I want to try to see what type of effect that I could do with that. And the same thing, I forgot what it was called. It was like putty or something. I don't know. If you put it on the canvas and you just sculpt it on the canvas, that's another thing that I wanted to do. Like, I want to go a little bit more up and beyond when it comes to, doing mixed media, because, like, paint is starting to be expensive. And I got a lot of it, but not enough that I need it for.
I know that's right. That shit ain't cheap.
Oh, have you ever considered thinking about maybe making your own paint? Because I was thinking the same thing. Like, I was looking up the stuff, the supplies or whatnot. It's really not too much. All you need is I forgot what it's called.
Get some supplies at the lumber yard, like sand and clay powder. What? No, I'm reading my my YouTube channel right now. Chaz and Gas are in here, and we got Michael's hobbies here. Yeah, Michael's and Hobby Lobby. We got those around here too, but I don't know. No, my friend is talking about like making her own canvases and stretching her own canvases, or taking like smaller canvases and hinging them together to make a bigger canvas. So just like different ideas like that.
One of my IG followers, her name is My Artistry. Her name is Victoria. She was telling me that if you can take the pre-made canvases and build it, and you can just get you some fabric and just put the fabric over the built canvas, you just got to do a whole small canvas without the crease of the lines from building with the previous canvas. And I'm like, you know what? I never thought about doing that.
Yeah. But then I thought about doing something that Frankie is doing, and he said he glued a Louis Vuitton scarf onto a canvas, and then he's painting on top of the Louis Vuitton scarf. And I always collect so when I photograph my models, normally I have like costume jewelry, or I collect a lot of old fabrics and stuff. And so I actually thought about doing that one time. It's just like taking an old pair of pants or something and stretching that out over a canvas and then painting onto that fabric or that material just to see how it looks. But now I'm anxious to see how Frankie's on come out because he's actually doing that shit now. So like I want to see how it looks when he gets done with his.
So, what type of sealer do you use to make it stand out? Oh, that's another thing I want to ask. Have you ever tried working as a finish? I think it's called a varnish.
Yeah, I always varnish my pieces.
No, I'm asking, have you ever tried to use resin?
You know what? No, I haven't because but I did a painting for a coworker of mine. It was just like this little thing that I do for people who when they reach 25 years at our company. And so the last guy who reached this 25-year anniversary, I made like this cute little painting for him. And then like 2 days later, he bought it back to work and he was showing it to me. He was like, "Yo, I want you to see this." And I'm like, "What?" He's like, "The painting you did." And he built a frame around it and poured resin on that shit and it looks like fucking glass. I'm like, "Dude, that is so fucking hard." I was like, why didn't I never think about putting resin on top of my fucking canvas, yo? That shit it looks so fucking good, yo. I was like, "Damn, dude." But I don't have the supplies or anything.
Here's the thing with resin, like you gotta really be careful how you work with resin.
Exactly.
Because, like it has toxic fumes. And here's the thing, like I bought some resin like not too long ago, like this past week. But the problem is like I need to do this where it's a lot of ventilation for me to, not have the toxins. Now they say granted there's no fumes in this brand, but my thing is like I don't want to take no risk because they can say or missay stuff, misinterpretive, and it just gets to the point where I just don't want to fuck up myself. And I got 2 pets, and I don't want to get them sick. And then I have rugs, so it can seep into the rug and this and that. So I was being very careful of trying to figure out how I'm gonna do this. Now, granted, I will keep this resin just in case if I get into like if I can find a studio that has some good ventilation and whatnot, then I could try to work with resin there instead of just in my own home. I mean, you can work with resin outside, but who the hell go outside and it's like 20 some degrees outside? It's cold.
Mm-mm. And then plus with resin, you gotta be in like but when you're using resin, you gotta be like in a really clean environment too, because you don't want any kind of dust or lint or leaves or dirt or anything falling into your fucking resin.
Yeah, you gotta make sure you don't have like any of that stuff. That's another thing too. You gotta make sure if you do happen to go into another studio, you gotta make sure it's not too dusty or it got lint flowing around and whatnot. Which I can understand. And then like now that you brought it up, and I'm like, damn man, and I got cats.
Yeah, your resin have a little piece of cat fur in there, then you can't never get that shit out.
I mean, regardless, I can't even work with resin in the house anyway because, like, I got tons of windows, but this is an old place that I live in, and half of these windows are just doesn't work.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, I would talk to the landlord about it, but that means he's gonna have to up my rent. So I'm like, you know what? It's not that serious. I can always just go out to another studio and do this. It's gonna cost me money, but it's gonna cost me way more money in my rent from month to month to go up just to get something done properly. And I'm like, nah, I'm good. I am good. But I'm gonna eventually learn how to work with resin because I really want to try it, make sure I can get that little glossy effect on it. Oh, if you do happen to think about doing resin, try getting either a blowtorch or you can get you a heating gun. I just recently bought me a heating gun.
Yeah, to get the bubbles out the resin.
Yeah, I just want to get the stuff just to prepare, just in case if I ever do try to work with resin. Quick question, Travis. Have you ever had a canvas that had a hole in it? Have you ever tried to repatch it up? Because I think I've seen a video on YouTube how you can repatch up your canvases just in case if there's a tear or a hole in it.
I've only patched one canvas ever, and it wasn't that bad. It was just like a very small hole in it, but it all depends on how big the hole or damaged area you're trying to patch up. Sometimes you can fix it. Sometimes you can't fix it. Because I have a canvas that was completely ripped. It was ripped, and I could not repair it. I don't know how it got ripped. It was kind of an argument over it because I know for a fact that I only handle my art with the most delicate care and utmost attention when I touch my art, when I transport my art, when I move my art anywhere. I treat it like it's a newborn baby. And then somehow one of my paintings got so damaged that I could not repair it. I had to actually do the painting all the way over. And so, like I said, depending on how big the damage area is, you can sometimes you can paint over the hole and just fill the hole in with paint, or you could glue another piece of canvas to the back of the canvas and try to make a patch that way and then paint over the new patch. Or some people even just like glue the thing shut without patching the back of it. So there's a couple of different ways you can kind of try to save.
You can just like rip the entire fabric off and just get some fabric and just recycle the fabric on the front.
Yeah, but that's not saving the canvas. I thought you were like if you're trying to save the canvas.
I gotta figure out because I have like a few of them. It's not bad, but it's just that the fact that like it's so irritating that the fact that even when I go to like Michael's and they be having some canvases there, but some of them have holes in them. I'm like, who would do stuff like this? Like, and then and nonetheless, like, why would they put it out there on the sale for it to sell if it has a hole in it?
Exactly. Or even the ones that are kind of warped a little bit. Like now I'm real picky when I go buy my canvases. I take them off the shelf, I stand them up, I spin them around. If I can lay it down, I will, to make sure there's no warps or deformities in it, because it seems like they'll just, like you said, they'll just put anything out there for people to buy. Like, come on, man, this is made for art. I want the highest quality product that I can get, and you're selling me some shit that has a factory defect in it.
But you know what? The one thing I can say that is being a good ass artist is just that the fact we can improvise like a bug. Like yesterday, like, you know what? As much as I love that the fact that I am an artist and I am creative, it's just that the fact that I hate that the fact that I work for a job where you gotta forcefully have to improvise and be on demand and have to do it at a fast pace just to get shit done, and it's so irritating. And honestly, I think that's the reason why I haven't been able to plot or shit. It's been like almost like 2 to 3 weeks since I haven't even did anything digital to put out on Instagram, because like I've been so drained mentally by creating art on cakes to get it done. I just be so drained, and all my energy just be gone from there. And it takes about like a day or two, or it would take probably, if I find something to get some inspiration from, to get me, get the energy back, just to, to be creative again.
Yeah.
I know most people could say like, oh, it's just an excuse, you can do it. I'm like, man, you sit there and try to figure something out after if you've done like a job that's on demand, that's at at a fast pace, and you gotta improvise a lot.
Yeah, it takes a lot out of you.
But my thing is like, man, like I want to go home and do some art. That's what I love to do, and I can't even do it because I'm at work doing cakes with my art. You know, I enjoy it, but at the same time, I just can't stand when I get customers to get mad and talk about this is not what I want. I don't like it. It's ugly. I'm like, you know what? Fuck you. I put all my heart and soul into this, and you gonna say it's ugly? I spent almost 45 minutes doing this cake. And I'm not even working with fondant. I'm working with buttercream mine. And that's the thing that most people don't understand. Like, but if anything, I decorate cakes not just for, only solely alone for my creativity, but to bring smiles to people and to kids to make their day.
Who doesn't like a good cake?
Huh?
I said, who doesn't like a good cake?
Yeah, and like you said, like the cakes can look so good, but they have to demolish it after it's done. So that's understandable and relatable. Like it's been like times where people want the cake and they spend all this money for it, and when they see the final product, they get to the point like, oh my god, this is so nice. I don't want to eat it. I just want it to be like just like this.
Motherfucker just want to keep the cake. Don't cut my name. Don't cut the flowers.
I mean, here's the thing. If you got something to last long, get styrofoam. Give it to me and I'll put buttercream on it. I don't know how long it's going to last because, buttercream is made from milk, perfection, sugar, and butter, of course, and milk. So, I don't know how long that would last unless you want to spray some stuff on it where it can't just, stand out and last long. But, I wouldn't try to.
Yo, Lance pretty dressed. Trump or Biden? Definitely Trump, dickhead. What the fuck kind of question is that?
Wait, what happened?
No, just talking with the YouTube chat. Somebody just asked me do I like Trump or Biden? Of course it's Trump.
What type of question is
Yeah.
that?
Andrew Newby, the person behind Gaz Baratin, does much more than hide. Hey guys, don't start no beef in the chat, man. Don't start no beef in the chat. We're all chilling this morning. We're all just chilling this morning, bro. He does much more than hide to people. Okay. Why do you feel the need to call me names? Lance pretty dressed. Cause this is my damn stream. I call you whatever the fuck I want to call you. With your dumb ass. What kind of dumb ass question is that? Biden or Trump? Come on, man. You know it's Trump. Come on. Think logically. Think clearly. Use your common sense. Why would we vote for Biden again? Why?
He already started the war, and he's taking all the money from taxes to put it
into wars.
Not put it towards the United States of America. I mean, we damn near got a fucking border that's letting in immigrants that don't even fucking properly have their green card. That's not paying for nothing.
Yeah. So why would I?
It's paying for their livelihood to be here. That's not fair to American citizens.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of homeless people out here that mostly just got evicted out of their homes.
But they sent, but they gonna send Ukraine another $95 billion, some crazy shit. Like, come on, man. I'm done. I'm done with Biden and the Democrats and all that shit, man. Yeah, we're done.
Like, sit there and actually reflect on what's going on.
And don't be so sensitive that I called you a name.
Joe Biden run another 4 years and allow more immigrants to come in to...
Let's go, Brandon. Let's go. Let's go, Brandon.
It's all about doing things. It's a principle and steps to go through this. It's a process. You just don't automatically... Like, our forefathers that created the Constitution was trying to protect the United States from allowing terrorists and all that stuff to come here and disrupt what we got going on. Now we have immigrants, and it's think it was due to the farmlands, and they was dumping trash into the capital of France. Like, it's a video on that. Like, it was just a snippet of it. But it's just that the fact that most people in America are starting to wake up now. And I feel like the reason why they're leaving the borders down in Texas open for all immigrants, not only Mexicans, to come through. There's other immigrants from all different countries, from Africa, from anywhere in the United States, when they find out that, you know, the borders of Texas is down.
Yeah, so I've only voted one time in my entire life. That was the Bush versus Gore election. I was just of age. I had just turned 18, and that was the first time I ever voted, and that was the last time I ever voted. Was the Bush and Gore election. I've never voted ever since then. I've never called myself a Republican or a Democrat, but I definitely do agree with you that the black community is starting to wake up, because I've seen that over the course of my lifetime, is that for some reason the majority of black people vote Democrat. And if you're a black Republican, people look at you really funny, like, why are you a Republican? And it's because their policies and their issues are more solid than the Democratic Party. But at the same time, now it's to the point where I think this immigration crisis is really is what waking up the black community, especially in big urban centers like Chicago, because I've recently heard like some of the Urban League founders in Chicago say, yo, this city is giving all these immigrants, they said this year alone, they plan on giving like the immigrants like 50 something $million, you know, in stipends and subsidies and healthcare aid and education, like just for that city, 50 something, 52 or 53 $million just for the city of Chicago to house immigrants and shit. And the black people are like, yo, what the fuck is going on? My nigga, we been here forever, and y'all ain't never tried to give us no motherfucking money like this. And these people coming here taking over, all flooding and overloading all the systems, the educational system, the healthcare system, and they getting all this shit for free with kickbacks. And so now the black people are really like, yo, cut this shit the fuck out. And then now they're starting to think like, maybe I shouldn't be Democrat anymore. Maybe we should vote for somebody who's really gonna enforce our immigration policy and have real eyes on the southern border, and not start new wars and keep our money in this country for our own fucking citizens, yo. But me too, Bush and Gore, exactly, bro. And then that's the first time when I realized this shit is rigged, because they said one motherfucker won, and then the next day they said the other motherfucker won. I'm like, how did you do that? How did you just tell us that one person is the president, and now you're saying the other person is the president? And the guy you're saying who really won, it was determined by Florida. And his brother's the governor of Florida. It was just too much weird shit. And I was like, whoa, wait a minute. I'm not gonna be able to play this game where you want me to vote, but then it seems like whoever the powers to be, whoever they want to be the president, that's who's gonna be the president, regardless of what the American vote actually says. So I've never voted for Obama. I didn't vote for Bush the second time. Bush Jr. Didn't vote for motherfucking Trump. Didn't vote for none of these motherfuckers. And I still don't plan on voting. But I do believe who has the better policies. And that's my thing. I just look at who seems like they're going to do the best for me, nigga. I'm American. I am this country. My tax dollars go to help sustain this country. I am America. Who's going to do the best for America? I'm sorry for Ukraine and all the people dying over there. I'm sorry about Taiwan and all these other places. I don't live there. I don't live there. I live here in America, and I want my life to be nice here. So whoever's going to do the best for me here and make my life nice here, that's who the fuck I'm going to listen to.
Because here's my question. Like, and I understand America has allies when it comes to other countries that's around in trades and whatnot. But my thing is this. We, as the people of the United States, shouldn't have to owe other countries a damn thing, because my thing is this, like, the same thing that immigrants are basically transporting themselves into America, the same shit can happen. The same shit can happen. Because most of these immigrants don't know what they're walking themselves into when they come into America. Because for all I care, well, not care, but for all I know, that the fact that being woke and trying to understand what's going on with the system and all, it's all we know is just nothing but just a distraction. That's all it is. And it's money involved with this shit. Letting these immigrants come in and, you know, taking away the not taking away the healthcare system, but giving them what we've been trying to work hard for.
Facts. But see, the thing with Reagan too is that Reagan wasn't a career politician. Yo, Reagan was a fucking actor. This motherfucker was an actor, bro. And so he knows Hollywood, and he knows the ins and outs of how goddamn propaganda and manipulation in the media. He understood all that shit better than a lot of these career politicians. So when he got into politics, he already had a different background and a different way to look at the fucking world. That's why he made a good president. And that's why they took a shot at his ass too. I feel like if you don't get shot at, you not doing shit.
Other than the people that's in their like 40s to run for president.
You know. But then goddamn with Trump, like you say Reagan was the last good president and the rest of them are all Democrats, but I think Trump was actually like the last good president, bro, because he Great White Hope. Let's go Trump. I'm telling you.
Other than the fact he could be a tad bit racist, but I mean when it comes down to money wise,
man, most white people are a tad bit racist. It's just the mentality of America. You know, black people, we still play the victim so much, and we still do so much dumb shit that people still look at us like, better watch that nigga. You know, and so until we get our shit together all the way, white people will always be a little bit racist. You know, so we can circle back around on that.
People, we keep getting most black people keep getting thrown in disarrays and just so many distractions that they're not being woke. They're trying to keep them safe.
Yeah, that's fine too. But if we know that Ice Spice is a plant, if we know that Shorty Red is a plant, if we know that all these industry people and entertainers are there to distract us and keep us confused and make us twerk our ass and talk about dumb shit and create OnlyFans page, then if we keep falling for it, that's your fucking fault. You fooled me once, shame on you. You fooled me twice, shame on me. You ain't gonna keep fooling us and fooling us and fooling us over and over and over again. And that's what happened to the black community, is that you're always pigeonholed into you're just this basketball player or you're just this dancer, entertainer. Like, no, we're way more dynamic than that. And if you want to stay pigeonholed as a black person, and if you want to keep voting Democrat because that's what you do, and if you want to send your kids to like basketball camp and football camp because that's what we do, then we'll always be in the same spot. We'll always be in the same spot, and I'm tired of people complaining. And yes, there is systemic racism. It is a real thing. Yes, there is a thick overlay of white supremacy that built this country that is still very relevant. But we all know that. Work around that shit. Stop complaining about it and find a way to get around that shit. It's not going anywhere until we change shit for ourselves. And so until we start looking at politics different, until we stop disagreeing with everybody, and when we disagree with everybody, we throw the whole person away. We gotta stop doing that shit. Trump seems a little racist. Yeah, so what? Is he better for this country than this man? Yes, he is. He definitely is. And if you think he's a little racist, I like that because you're showing me who you really are as a person. You're not putting up a facade. You're not trying to lie to me. You're not trying to sugarcoat shit. I know exactly who you are. You know exactly who I am. Let's work for it on these terms, because we're not going to agree on everything. If you think these places are shithole countries, that's your fucking opinion. Some people might not think that they're shithole countries, and they probably get offended that you called it a shithole country, and I get that. That's small potatoes. Let's move forward. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like people just need to get out their fucking box, get out their comfort zone, and start thinking differently, because we are on the precipice of a global conflict, and if motherfuckers don't wake up to this shit, man, we're all gonna be duped into some weird ass scientific, financial slavery, and with this fucking central bank digital currency and goddamn universal basic income. They're trying to enslave us all over again, and people don't even realize this shit, but it's coming if we don't wake the fuck up, yo.
Shit, starting with these damn jobs, corporation jobs. That should be a wake-up call there, but most of these people...
Democrats making you believe race.
Let me not get started on that one. Because honestly, and it's sad that the school system...
Jesse Lee Peterson is a fucking dickhead. I hate that dude.
We're not learning about how to balance checkbooks, how to be financially stable, how to get a house, all that stuff. That's important. How to invest, stocks, Bitcoin, like, those are important. We could have been making money. The black community could have been rich, and we're fucking smart.
No, we are rich. We just spend our money on dumb shit. Motherfuckers rich as shit. We just spend our money in weird ass places. Cause motherfuckers rather have a fucking Gucci bag instead of having some fucking Apple stock. But you got an Apple phone, but you don't own none of the company. You rather have every fucking pair of retro Jordans that cost fucking $350 and $400 for a pair of sneakers, but you don't own no stock in Nike. Like, motherfuckers just spend our money in some weird ass fucking ways. You wanna finance the latest fucking Mercedes or BMW and pay goddamn $500, $600 a month car note plus high insurance rates, but you're not investing in any fucking thing. We just, motherfuckers, black people are rich as fuck. We just spend our money dumb as hell in the weirdest fucking ways.
And then not only that, like, you know, these celebrities that us Americans support, most of us, I'm not gonna say all, and it's ridiculous. Like, my thing is, like, why are we buying stuff that we can actually make our damn selves if we just take the time to do it? That's the thing. Like, my thing is that these celebrities, they didn't really do anything for themselves other than just basically just live off their family funds and make it into their own. They just learn how to invest a little bit.
Jesse Lee Peterson, my bad. Like I say, I'm talking to YouTube too, but Jesse Lee Peterson also has a lot of opinions. He has a lot of opinions, and some of his facts are pretty good because there's statistics we can all grab. But I mean, you can find statistics to bolster any point or any topic that you want and make it sound good. I think that's what Jesse does a lot. I don't think Jesse lives in like reality. He lives in I don't know, like this. He think that there's like some kind of utopia that we could do but it's never gonna be like I don't know. And then the guests, like, he always disagrees with most of the guests he brings on his show. Like, it's a weird thing. And that's, let me search, because I think this the old ass black dude be sitting down on a red chair, right? You ever heard of this dude, Jesse Lee?
No, I haven't.
Let me see. I'm gonna try to search him up. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about. Yeah, that's him.
Maybe the picture, I don't know.
Yeah, this is what I'm thinking about. To me, he's kind of a coon. I mean, he tries to make, like, oh shit, I almost dropped my palette. he tries to make like he's cool or whatever, and he does have some valid points, but I definitely think he's more of a coon than anything else.
Oh, I think I did see him before.
Yeah, I know who that is. Like, and I've only watched a few of his interviews. I watched him interview Brother Polite one time, and that didn't go over so well. And then I watched him interview Young DC Fly, and that didn't go over so well. And I think I watched like a part of another interview from him. I haven't, and that's the thing, just so you can tell if a person is intelligent within probably about 5 minutes of talking to them. Or you can tell if a person is or isn't your cup of tea within about the first 5 minute conversation, if it's a really good in-depth conversation. And so, like I said, I haven't heard a lot of his material, a lot of his interviews or things like that, but it didn't take me a long time to just realize, yeah, like this dude is definitely not my cup of tea. You know, and the few times I've tried to listen to him, and first of all, I don't like the way he talks. I don't know, he has his voice is weird, and he has like a weird pattern of speaking. And then the guests he chooses, and then he always, I don't know, it's just, I don't like him. Not saying he's a bad person or saying that he doesn't give out any facts at all, or that I disagree with everything he says 100%, because you can even if you listen to Hitler long enough, you'll probably agree with one or two things Hitler says. This is for entertainment purposes only. Instagram and YouTube, do not take anything I say up here literally or seriously. If you want to know more, do your own research. I am not a professional in anything. I do not have any degrees, and I am not giving out any type of political, medical, or legal information or advice at all. This is for entertainment purposes only. But yeah, I I tend to gravitate towards people I don't agree with a lot, and that's how you can learn more and you can strengthen your arguments, or you can learn to adjust your arguments or correct yourself by dealing with people you don't agree with on topics that you feel strongly about. And that's why I gave Jesse as many attempts as I did, because I know, like I said, I just didn't agree with a lot of stuff he was saying. So I was just listened more and tried to like see where he's coming from and get his point of view on everything. To me, he's kind of like Thomas Sowell. And Thomas Sowell seems to be like a really, really cool guy. He's highly educated. He's really smart, but his viewpoints and his solutions and the way he sees the world is just not necessarily my cup of tea. And so I don't read a lot of Thomas Sowell, and I don't listen to a lot of his interviews, just because even once again, I do like to listen to people I don't agree with, but like there's just some people that they're just off-putting to me, and he's like Jesse Lee is definitely one of those people. Like, he's so hard for me to listen to or watch, and I just won't. Mike, why are you trying to get in here? You're flashing all these little dollar signs. Is there somebody on your friend list, this Mike guy? Say, Dora.
What'd you say?
This guy, Mike, Lamiriki, whatever the hell, Lamarcky. He tried to get into the chat.
Trying to get into the chat.
Yeah. But like his comments are just like these credit card, money bag shit. Like you're some kind of money scammer. Why would you try to come into a live stream if you're a money scammer?
And these are the type of people we're letting into the United States. Nice.
Yes. Yes, they are.
Oh boy. I was gonna say the same same thing that you were saying, Travis. Like, I only voted for one person, and that was back when Obama was running. I only voted for him two times. And after that, he got off office. I just like, you know what? I'm not voting for nobody else because at the end of the day, like, I can make my own decisions. Like, why do we have to have a president to, make certain calls and whatnot? You as an individual can make a difference. If the president, here's the thing, the president can only do so much to a certain degree, first and foremost. And we have 51 states in America. Like, he can only do so much. So it takes an individual to do whatever they can in their own power to make a difference.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's a whole billion of us in America, and we can make a huge difference. But it takes the type of mind to actually put forth the energy, the time, and the patience, and a whole bunch of ideas just to get it on track. But unfortunately, most people are blind to realize that. But hence, people don't care. People don't try to make a difference. People just out for themselves, which is okay. It's a survival instinct. You gotta look out for yourself. But if you want things to go well in America and make America like a better place, you have to contribute to something in order to make it better. Because all I've been seeing is more bad than good. I mean, I've been seeing some good, but it's not thriving over the bad that's what's going on.
Facts. And it seems like it's getting worse.
Yeah.
You see all these goddamn wars, y'all just keeping us at war. Like, when is it gonna stop? Oh, we're getting out of Iraq. We're gonna end the Iraqi war, and then you just start 2 more fucking wars. Like, when do we get a fucking break from this stuff? When do you take a fucking chill pill?
Like, why are we sending human beings to kill other human beings? Like, my thing is this: why are we in wars anyway? Like, if we don't own this shit, we can figure some shit out to make our own shit.
Facts.
I mean, it's so many people that's so intelligent. It's just that the fact that, like, man, should have redundant. Like, I don't know if I ever told you that I have a twin brother, right?
Mm-mm.
Yeah. So I got to the point where I didn't think in my early 20s what I want to do with myself because that's another thing too. At a young age, and like a couple of weeks ago, because your son is what, 19, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yo, Sketch. Good morning, bro.
What he wants to do, but it depends on like if that person, have like a gift or something that it could present itself. Then it can start the path for what you want to do. Like me, I didn't even know I could do art. Like at the age of 11, I didn't even know. Like it just happens. Like I just got intrigued, and I just saw something that that was very influencing on TV, which is anime, and I was just like, I want to. So I just get out a regular notebook paper, just start drawing on it, and I'm like, this is very good. And I just got better at it over the past years, and yeah, it just takes time, or it can happen on accident. But most people are not fortunate to, actually to fall upon something like that.
Yeah.
And it can be very hard to figure out, especially at a certain age, as you grow old, to see what is there that you want to do, or whatever catches your eye of interest. That's that one that's in their teens and early 20s. Like, we are put into schools to learn certain history and, to thrive off, to go probably work for some company.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's crazy that the fact that schools brainwash people. But, I mean, it's up to us as parents. Well, I'm not a parent, so. But it's up to us as, people that lives in the United States to, guide the new generation.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem with that is most people don't want to listen. That's the problem? I came to a realization in my early 20s at the fact that I don't know nothing. And the only way you can know something, you have to reach out to people that have knowledge. I mean, yeah, books got it, but in order for you to understand what the book is saying, you gotta go to somebody to decipher what is being said and how it's being said. That's the reason why, yes, we have teachers. Because without teachers, we can't learn nothing. We can read something, but we gotta decipher what it is, what it means, and what they stand by. Why it's in this book. So yeah, but back to what I was saying about my brother, right? So over the past years, like I slowly started to understand that the fact that I have to appreciate, because like I said before, when you and Frank was on the live, without you guys are walking manuals, which meaning already hands-on experience things in life. We just freshly blank page, walking around, don't know what we want to do, don't know nothing. So we have to, take that blank page, which is us, to jot down, to do and what not to do in life. Because you can walk into anything and just, fuck up some shit. I really appreciate the people, you, Frankie, giving out information, showing information, talking about the information that really truly matters. I really admire people like that. Because without that, I'd be the fuck to do. And I wish. Still there, Travis?
Oh, all right, hey, my bad, guys. I forgot I had to do something this morning, and I actually have company here right now. But I'm not done with the studio this morning. I really wanted to get a little bit further on this piece before I called it quits for the day. What I could do is Door, you're out of there? Looks like she froze or she got off. My bad, guys. Ooh, that's not good. Alright. I may, if I keep the YouTube stream going, that'll force me to come back up here anyway. Let me, damn, I'm tired of this shit. Let me go do this for a minute, and I'll be back. Alright, I'm gonna end this Instagram now. My phone is almost dead anyways. Alright. I think I'm gonna have to end the stream. I have company over. I have company right now. So, I will be back up here later though. Because I definitely want to work on this painting some more today. But I'll catch you guys next time. Peace.